So let's begin the session as soon as possible. No. Yeah, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The first technical session focuses on heat action plans as a core governance instrument, examining how local planning tools are evolving into scalable global best practices. To chair this session, we'll have Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa. I will be introducing all speakers for this session. Shri Abhiyan Tiwari, a leading expert on climate risk and public health at NRDC. He's known for pioneering South Asia's first heat action plan and advising national institutions on heat health adaptation. Shri Aditya Pillai, a doctoral researcher at King's College London and a visiting fellow at Sustainable Futures Collaborative, New Delhi. Shri Tarun Garg, a principal at RMI India Foundation. He leads work on decarbonizing India's built environment through whole system solutions. Dr. Vishwas Shitale leads the climate resilience work at CEW and has over 15 years of experience in developing digital solutions for climate risk reduction across Asia. Ms. Elizabeth Atwill, a senior diplomat at the British High Commission in New Delhi. She leads the UK's work in India on infrastructure resilience, climate adaptation, and climate finance. After this, we will also be joined by discussants from Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha. I also acknowledge our rapporteurs, Ms. Niyati Agarwal and Mr. Rohan Mishra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This session actually focuses on the heat action plans. That's the core of the interventions. And today we have a set of panelists who are experts, practitioners, researchers, and actually they have been also leaders in many ways. They are actually leading the preparation of the heat action plans, and over a period of time they have contributed to the practice, enriched the HAPs in several ways, framed guidelines, contributed to several discussions on the subject, and we have been working very, very closely with them. Elizabeth also from the British High Commission, she also has been associated with this area of work for a long time, and we are so glad that they will be speaking on their own experience of preparing heat action plans, at the level of the cities and districts. As we have started preparing HAPs, we started with the guidelines, and then we revised the guidelines, and we are developing several kinds of tools. We are simplifying the heat action plans, and we are also providing technical assistance to the towns, cities, and districts across the country. So I will request all the speakers here to speak about their own experience of working at the level of the districts, cities, and towns, how they are going about it, what are the innovations that they have introduced, and what kind of demands and expectations are there, and how we can respond to them, and how we can scale up the entire effort. That's really the challenge. All of them come from their distinct perspectives, from their distinct disciplines, and it would be good to get a cross-section of the views and perspectives. So we start with Abhiyan Tiwari. Please go ahead. That's the... no, I don't think there is a presentation, no.
Sure,
we have tried to reduce the PowerPoint, so yeah,
sure,
thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks to NDMA for their continuous leadership, and it is so great to know now that we are going. We are perhaps going to be the first few of the nations, at least in South Asia, who are going to announce heatwave as a add heatwave in the nationally notified disaster, which many of us knowledge partners have been, asking for since long. From our experience on how to govern heat, starting from the first heat action plan in Ahmedabad, there are few core elements that we learned from. We evolved from Ahmedabad to other cities that we are currently working with, for example, Varanasi, with Jodhpur, with other knowledge partners, and support from the state authorities and the national authorities. What we have learned is it has to be multi-sectoral, with minimally governed, but more, more of commitment, acceptance from the stakeholders, instead of, regulating it, instead of legalizing it. What is more essential? I mean, there should be frameworks, and for which we have been, working with NDMA, NRDC, SFC, CW, and few other knowledge partners have been working with NDMA under your guidance and senior officials' guidance on developing the national framework for heat wave mitigation and management, which also has a standard template for the heat action plan, which again gives us a broad idea of what all should go into an heat action plan, a local heat action plan. You need to identify the hotspots, you need to understand the local hazard, because heat is a local phenomena. What is heat perceived in Ahmedabad is totally different from the other city that we are working in the desert region of Rajasthan, Churu. So you need to understand the local threshold, the local hazard properly. Is it dry? Is it hot? It is both dry and humid. What are the nighttime temperature variations? What has been the climatology and how it has been projected for the future, so that you can plan better for the future as well. Also, to understand where the risk lies within city or within the district. Not all the areas in a city or a district are at high risk. So whatever scarce resources or limited resources that the cities and all the stakeholders have to put in, including the non-profit organizations, the NGOs, where should they, put in? So if there is an evidence to that, if there is an exercise done of doing the heat vulnerability risk assessment work done, which can guide the implementation actions of all scales, short-term, medium-term, on long-term measures, that helps a lot. And one of the most important component of heat action plans that really makes it a success, it has to, when I said it has to be coordinated, there has to be somebody in the center who can do the coordination. So having a dedicated, or appointing a dedicated chief heat officer or a nodal officer, what we call, is crucial to ensure that the heat action plans keep rolling and evolving. Unless and otherwise it just remains as a paper exercise and never get out of the shelf. So whatever heat action plan we have seen, worked upon, and even SFC has reviewed many of them.
Sorry for interrupting you. What qualifies for being a chief heat officer?
Yes, sir. So there is no set of qualification of or experience. I would say first would be, so first heat nodal officer that came in India was from Ahmedabad heat action plan. The health department became the nodal department for the heat action plan. So they were coordinating all the actions with all the other other key departments and stakeholders, including the community organizations in the city. And within that department, there was an existing deputy health officer, Dr. Tejas Shah, who has been coming again and again and speaking on our forums, became the nodal officer. So it was an ad hoc charge given to him. But he understood, it took him, few years, but he understood the crux of the matter, the importance of the matter, why it is essential to have a heat action plan. Because we started in 2012-13, nobody was talking about heat at that point in India. And, convincing government and then, making them committed to act upon. And it wasn't we convinced them, they were convinced themselves, because they had a very bad experience of heat wave in 2010. So there is no set of criteria, but it would be good if somebody from health or environment health or climate and health interaction, becomes a nodal officer who can at least understand the hazard and the risk, comprehensive risk scenario, and be able to coordinate better. So is positioned in a way that he is able to coordinate the actions at least. Yes, sir.
And in your experience, how many cities or districts have done that?
Sir, I can list few cities that we have worked upon, but CW has worked with many cities and other partner organizations also, so maybe they can talk about. Ahmedabad we had Nagpur later. So after 2013, in 2015-16, several cities in Maharashtra, particularly in the Vidarbha region, developed the heat action plan with guidance of NDMA, State Disaster Management Authority, Health Department, and RDC and other partners. So Nagpur, Chandrapur, and a couple of other cities had the dedicated nodal officer, again from the health department largely. Okay. Jodhpur, the municipal commissioner and a health officer became the nodal, points of contact in Jodhpur heat action plan. For Churu, we have a nodal officer. For Varanasi, we have the additional municipal commissioner as the nodal officer for heat action plan. Similarly, for Ayodhya, that we are currently working upon. So we try to ensure that the city at least, dedicates somebody as a nodal officer with whom we can continuously engage. And it is also important that that person remains in the city. Usually the senior officials, they understand the importance of the matter from the beginning, whereas the junior officers, who is a better suited position for a nodal officer, takes some time to understand the matter. But once that officer understands the subject matter and its importance, he can continue to roll it out over a period, even while the senior officials are either transferred or deputed somewhere else.
And in your experience, to what extent we have the institutional ownership of the heat action plan?
So wherever it is there in the budget, I would call it is the institutional ownership. Ahmedabad did that. They have a separate line item for Ahmedabad heat action plan in their annual budgets. We tried to get the same done for Jodhpur also. I'm not sure whether they did it or not. I think they did it for some activities because they also had leadership change and some, administrative ward boundary changes. Churu is committed to do that. Varanasi is committed to do that. So in first year, when we show them the actions, the results of the pilot implementation work, whatever has been done, they get a sense of cost that they can put in, right? So that helps them in at least dedicating some cost to it. And when there is a cost there, I mean, while the SDMF and NDMF and now probably SDRF and DRF will also are a great, pool of fund to get the money for the heat actions. They can never suffice the range of heat actions that need to be taken from short-term to long-term mitigation measures. So there is no dearth of fund. There are funds available, as one of the CPR's SFC study also pointed out, that there are already centrally sponsored schemes, state-sponsored schemes, and other several schemes from where the cities can fetch the fund, cities' own fund, where they can, development fund, where they can tap it. But it has to be named as a action and fund, secured for the heat action plan, or dedicated for the heat action plan actions, activities.
So 3 quick points, and I want you a quick.
And sir, just to add,
yeah.
So the template and framework, the heat action plan, mitigation management framework, and the template has those, particular tables in it, like what are the short-term, long-term measures you can take. What is the justification, as in from where in the heat risk assessment it has been justified, where the budget will be, dedicated, from which scheme the budget will be dedicated for that. So it helps the authorities in doing.
3 quick points, and I want your response to be brief. 1, the language in which the heat action plan is prepared. That's important. 2, who prepares it? How do we ensure the quality aspects of the heat action plan? And 3, how it is externally reviewed so that it is in line with the national, international practices?
So the language has to be as simple as that anyone sitting in the room, all the stakeholders at least, can understand. And whatever is there.
No, it is in English, Hindi,
English,
regional
it could
language.
be in English, it could be regional language also, but
Huh.
good to have it at least an English version of that also available, so that other cities, other districts can learn
Okay.
from if it is doing good. For example, many heat action plants in Kerala are doing exceptionally well, but they are mostly available in the local language and not in English.
Okay.
Right? And people would like to learn from Kerala. So it would be good if there is at least a version, should be in local language, but at least a version of English is also available for others to refer.
Okay.
Second, who should write it, right? So ideally, when we leave it to the authorities to write it, what we have seen has happened in past few years. When after 2015, the first guideline came, and NDMA pursued the states to prepare the heat action plans at city and district level. What we found that majority of them are the replica of each other, which also indicates that there was a missing piece of knowledge partnership. So if there are local knowledge partners, for example, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, Public Health Foundation of India, were the local knowledge partner for Ahmedabad heat action plan, apart from NRDC and other national and international knowledge partners. But NRDC, IAPHG was the key partner to help handhold the local authorities, local government in shaping, in drafting the plan, reviewing it, taking the feedback from the authorities, redrafting it. So it is important to have a local knowledge partner. It could be an academic institute, it could be a CSO or NGOs who are like working since ages and have a great experience of working on ground. So that is important. And your last question was, sir,
the quality aspects,
quality
the review,
aspect.
the process of review.
So again, there are no global templates available. Now we have a global governance framework and toolkit, global heat risk governance framework and toolkit released last year by UNDRR. Maybe that can be put as a base document, need not to be replicated as it is. I mean, whatever has been suggested, but it suggests at many aspects, like starting from what is the level of risk governance, heat risk governance, maturity of heat risk governance of a country or of a state or a city or district, how far they have reached in the maturity, and how to initiate the heat action plan and engaging with the stakeholders. We had a toolkit from NRDC, IPHG also earlier on that, a template on how to develop the heat action plans, but the things have evolved, so it can be again modified to at least include the newer funding options available, and also the longer term solution building. Also that heat and cooling are the flip side of the coin, so heat cannot be seen in silos without talking about sustainable cooling. So we need to now move from just creating the heat action plans to creating integrated heat and cooling action plans rather.
Thank you. Let's move to Aditya. Aditya, so you have been working on the national framework, the state frameworks, guidelines. So what do you think, to what extent the heat action plans correspond to the frameworks, or they actually improve the framework in many ways when they, and how the frameworks that we have developed have improved over a period of time, because frameworks also have undergone some revision. Right. So can you just say something about the quality of the overall framework and how the heat action plans have followed the framework?
Okay, I think it'd be useful to sort of step back and zoom out to see what the current state of implementation is across the country, right? So what's happening at the moment is there is activity on the ground. So a bunch of colleagues, we sort of went out to 9 states and tried understanding what local implementers are doing at the district, village level. And we were quite happy to find that there are lots of emergency measures that are put in place during the summer, right? So water kiosks, oral rehydration solutions, advisories, some semblance of an early warning system is also sort of emerging in lots of places. what was missing was the long-term resilience. And I think in your address, you said that's the frontier. I think you used the word frontier. And I would agree with that assessment. I think that's where it is. A lot of these actions predate the era of heat action plans, right? So the reducing school months and calling for school breaks in the summer, or having a pot of water in a crowded area, these are things that appear in state gazettes going back, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Where the big differences come, I think, since about 2015, 16, as the NDMA began focusing on heat as a specific and distinct hazard, there have been a couple of major changes. One, the narrative element, the focus on heat waves as a disaster, and the fact that there's a technical apparatus around heat that needs to be done, right? So vulnerability assessments, create a heat action plan, know where to go when the heat wave is declared, understand what early warning looks like, color coding. All those elements seem to have seeped down into the sort of imaginary of the state level official now, and that's starting in 2017, 18, 19. Obviously, the coverage of HAP still has a while to go before we get to sort of universal coverage, but that imagination has sort of been sparked, right? The second thing we noticed is states have actually been, local officials have been very creative about finding financing for these things, right? I suspect there's a lot of latent demand for heat actions because it's good developmental action, right? If you improve your water quality, for example, or if you improve your water supply or make sure there are no power cuts, that's just good all-round development. It's not just a heat action. It's been financed through existing sort of sectoral areas of financing, right? So centrally sponsored schemes or local state schemes and so on. I think what you said earlier this morning about notifying heat waves as a national disaster would unlock a huge amount of SDRF, NDRF funding, which can help with some of these water, electricity type things, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
I just want to come to the shift to the long term, right? I think one thing that's been really heartening to see with the NDMAs is focus on mitigation aspects over the last 2 years, and we're sort of close to coming up with a national framework for mitigation actions that will lay out the range of actions states can take and possibly lay out specific funding for long-term heat resilience that is not short-term disaster oriented. And I think that would be a major, major step forward in sort of moving from historical actions through to heat action plans and narrative around heat waves, then to sort of mitigation, right? I think that progression is well underway. I would say one aspect, just two things to add to what Abhiyan said, right? I think the question about chief heat officers is an important one. It's gaining global recognition right now. And because chief heat officers tend to be located in disaster management departments, mostly that's what we've seen the trend globally. The question of how they coordinate with other departments is hugely important, especially for mitigation, right? So urban development departments, for example, horticulture departments that do the greening and canopies and so on. What is the linkage and the convening capacity of the disaster management official with these other departments? And we found that is definitely something that it would be great to have a legal or regulatory grounding for that. So I just want to add that one.
Thank you. Thank you. Vishwas. So Aditya raised the issue of having interagency coordination, the interdepartmental coordination, how different sectors come together. How do the heat action plans reflect this kind of mitigation and preparedness measures across the sectors? And also at the same time, retain the simplicity of the recommendations. We know that we have been working a lot on simplifying the heat action plans. How do we make it simpler, easier, but at the same time, it should be more substantive and implementable. So can you speak a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you for that. And first of all, thank you for this opportunity to share some of our experience. So to your first question, and of course this issue has been talked a lot, that there is a need for multi-stakeholder coordination, because heat is not an issue of only disaster management department or only health department. So having understood that, and especially when we developed Thane City Heat Action Plan in 2024, we wanted to at least address some of the gaps that earlier studies like Aditya study had highlighted. And of course, to make it more understandable as well as implementable, we wanted to bring all the stakeholders in on one table to since the beginning. So what we had proposed was a steering committee, like Heatwave Task Force Committee, that needs to be included in the heat action plan. That should be chaired by the city commissioner. Because if the commissioner calls, then of course all the HODs of all the departments will come and attend the meeting, attend the discussion. So that part we had discussed with the city as well as with SDMA, with some other external experts as well, that how do we bring that composition. And then we came to a consensus that the committee needs to be chaired by the commissioner, while all the HODs of relevant department like education department, water supply department, garden, and many other departments, health as well, needs to be the member of that committee. They needs to be, there is a need to generate awareness among them that something like the heat action plan is being developed for the city. There is a responsibility matrix as per the guidelines of NDMA. There is a matrix for preparedness, there is a matrix for response, and there is a matrix for mitigation. And all the actions are listed there. Now, we did an exercise there, and that's what we are also doing the exercise with many of the cities with which we are developing the heat action plan. We are asking them to write the name of the relevant official, not the name, but the designation of the relevant official in the responsibility matrix, because we don't know the context of that city. Which officer has what charge, who from the health has charge for, say, PHC preparedness, ORS and all these things. So we are asking all of them to write down in front of the responsibility activity matrix the designation of particular officials, and then that responsibility matrix gets approved by the commissioner as well. So that there is awareness, there is understanding that, okay, this action needs to be done by you in terms of preparedness, in terms of short-term response, as well as in terms of long-term mitigation.
And to what extent do they get accepted in terms of implementation?
Yes. So I think in terms of implementation, as we understand that developing a heat action plan in itself is a kind of a technical process. So we are trying to play our part on supporting them with risk quantification, ward level identification of vulnerability, etc., while they should bring the local context, local health related data, other data sets into the process. So that has been one of the ways in getting the ownership from them. It's not like just us developing the heat action plans, but we are providing the support that ensures a little bit of ownership. In terms of implementation, again, the question comes from their side. If it is a large scale city, they have a fairly larger annual budget. And in case of Thane also, we were able to allocate 1 crore rupees in their last year's annual budget. And that was utilized for some IEC, some preparedness measures, etc. in the public health facilities. So if it's a larger city, then they are sufficiently having the budget. But if it's a small size city, for them to then allocate certain amount of funds become a challenge. So then they ask for allocation of funds, and I think that's where we introduced them that the SDMF has now, last year, 2024, SDMF has recommended heat to be included for mitigation fund. So we will need model proposals for mitigation projects, etc. So I think, that kind of work also we are doing with them to get finance allocated, which will help them in implementation. But I think in terms of implementation also, it is a role of the technical partners as well as agencies like NDMA to guide them at least a little bit to begin with. If there is a precedence set that, okay, a particular solution is really working well and it is also very cost-effective solution, I think the uptake will be very high compared to them trying to figure out what kind of solutions work.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishwas. Elizabeth, I'll turn to you. You have seen, you heard the discussion. There are push factors and there are pull factors. There is a demand from below, and at the higher level, we are developing frameworks and But at the same time, we also need to expand this very, very fast because the heat is catching up. More and more cities need to prepare the plan, so there is a lot of inspiration that is needed here. Working at the international level or drawing from international experiences, how can we expand the preparation of heat action plans? What kind of tools could be very helpful in this purpose? And how do you see that we can gain from some of the international references or actions in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be here today, and with so many important institutions who are shaping their heat action plans. Also, I think to flag, it's very nice to be here while the weather's cool. And it shows the more proactive approach to heat, which we're seeing through the heat action plans. I will bring much more of an international perspective rather than quite the day-to-day hands-on approach that my colleagues here have. But I think it's important to flag, we're seeing this increasingly challenge the global space. In the UK, even in 2022, we hit 40 degrees for the first time ever. 40 degrees may be a standard summer day in Delhi, but it by far is not a standard summer day in the UK. We send a heat warning at 25 degrees in the north and Scotland. So it's a huge shift. And if we take UK as an example, our housing stock is not designed for heat. We have central heating. It's always exceptional to have a cooling system. So the UK has really had to look forward at how they can be responding to some of the heat challenges across productivity, across health. So at the moment, we have the Adverse Weather and Health Plan. So that's the UK's governance system, which brings together all the different departments, systems that need to respond. I think this really shows that it's not just one sector that needs to respond, it's not just the health system that needs to respond, all the different systems need to be working well together. And I think that's a big part of what the heat action plans are doing in India and more globally. So that's supported in the UK by Weather Health Alert System. So like I said, we flag on it's 25 degrees. I think in India it'll be somewhat higher. But we're looking also at much more of the long term. So that fits into the National Adaptation Programme, our third one, which runs till 2028. So this is looking at commitments to reduce overheating in homes, hospitals, schools. It's looking at trying to really strengthen our health system and heat preparedness, and sort of improve local access to data, which is also very important, and especially local systems on data. So there's a lot going on, but I think there's a huge amount we can learn to what others are really hitting the challenges of it much more frequently and annually, whereas I think it's still slightly more exceptional for the UK. So I think there's a lot that we can share that we've put in place, but there's also a huge amount that we can learn from India as it puts some of these plans in place. Saying that, we do quite a lot of work internationally and in India, which I can touch on.
Yeah, please do that. You are supporting a few states in terms of heat action plans.
No,
so what are some of the lessons that are emerging from such support?
Yeah, so I was going to mention first, so we have a regional program, the South Asia program, which I think my colleague Emma, in the far back there waving, so anyone feel free to have a chat with her later about it. And this has done various elements in the region to try and help share lessons across different countries suffering some of the same challenges. So to give a couple of examples, so we work with the World Bank Resilient Asia Programme, so that's looking at sustainable cooling and policy making. We've also done research support on national cooling action plans and developed an urban heat management handbook for policymakers, so a very useful tool. And we helped refine the AHEAD programme, so India's Affordable Cooling Device Initiative. And we brought UK Met Office to support the South Asian Hydromet Forum, developing impact-based forecasting toolkits for heat hazards. So any more on the regional work, please do catch Emma. But I think more importantly here, we also have been working in India and hope to be doing a lot more. So our Prime Minister's committed last year to climate action being one of our core 5 flagships. So we very much look forward to developing this partnership. Probably the one to flag today will be our work in Tamil Nadu, which was supporting them in 2024 on the heat mitigation strategy. And then more recently, we've launched with them the Heat Resilience Centre. So this is working with the government of Tamil Nadu and UNEP. I think quite an important collaboration. So So that's looking at things like so it'll provide a central hub for tools, data and guidance on reducing heat impacts, and also look to coordinate domestic and international finance for heat-related projects. So looking at developing pipelines. So the other branch of my work is get climate finance, and a huge challenge to be mobilizing the right finance into the right spaces. So yeah, a lot going on, and I hope it's an area that we can collaborate more going forward and share lessons.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now I turn to Mr. Garg. So how do we, I just take this issue from what Elizabeth mentioned, how to reduce the impact of heat, which means how do we improve our preparedness, move over to mitigation, which means how do we reduce the temperature within the house or outside the houses. What are the passive cooling technologies that we can advocate through heat action plans, and how should they be supported financially and technically? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, NDMA, for giving us this opportunity. So I think, sir, the fundamental question is...
Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fundamental question is data. Data is very important. Data is the new oxygen we breathe, in terms of amount of steps we take every day, how much calories do I intake every day, how does food impact my health. So similarly, the question is, how does heat impact us? How does heat impact urban infrastructure that we have in the cities? How does heat impact, laborers, school children, you mentioned. How does heat impact people who doesn't have access to cooling? So with these, I think then the other question was, when we talk about flooding, we do have a lot of numbers, and we know the impact, we can see the impact, but unfortunately we can't see the impact of heat. It is a slow killer, we say. It is impacting our power grids as well. So with this thought in mind, we started looking at a few questions, which I've shared with you, and what is the solution to that? So I want to take 2 minutes of your time, if I can show a small video.
Yeah, okay, sure.
The publication we have released today,
Yeah.
The work that we have been doing with NDMA. So we have developed a heat impact assessment framework, where the intent is, how can we, remove the siloed nature of the data that exists in various departments? Can we bring it to a portal? Can we start looking at heat in a holistic manner, in a more comprehensive manner, and start looking at the impact of heat on various systems at the urban level? So if I can ask the team to, play the video.
Across India, extreme heat is rapidly emerging as one of the most serious risks to our cities. It disrupts power systems, reduces labor productivity, increases water stress, and intensifies heat exposure in dense urban neighborhoods. But the burden of heat is not equal. Low-income communities and outdoor workers face the highest exposure, often without adequate protection or cooling access. Today, cities often respond to heat only after disruption begins. Data exists, but it is fragmented, delayed, and difficult to translate into action. To address this gap, RMI India and the National Disaster Management Authority have developed the Heat Impact Assessment Framework. This unified platform enables cities to monitor heat impacts across infrastructure, economic productivity, social vulnerability, and ecosystems, all in one integrated system. As you visit the landing page, post-login, you can select any city. For instance, when a user selects New Delhi, the system displays all relevant heat impact indicators for the city. Moreover, the platform also has a feature to allow the user to prioritize impacts and thresholds for respective indicators for the selected city, in this case New Delhi, using the settings panel. Now, when users click on an impact category, such as infrastructure, they can see multiple indicator tabs. Colorful tabs indicate that data is available. Grayed out tabs indicate the data is currently unavailable. Each indicator is color-coded based on its severity. Green indicates normal condition. Yellow indicates medium risk. Red indicates high risk. After reviewing the summary, users can click on any indicator to view detailed analysis. For example, clicking on power outage opens the detailed view. In the Severity tab, users are presented with a spatial map of city wards, along with comparative pie charts. One pie chart represents the current month, and the second pie chart shows data for the same month in the previous year. On the Severity map, users can easily identify which wards fall under high severity, medium severity, low severity, This visualization helps officials analyze risk levels and determine which wards require higher priority and immediate attention. In the Forecasted Severity tab, users can view predicted severity levels for the next 6 to 7 days, starting from the current date. This forward-looking analysis enables early preparedness for the focused areas. Moreover, this platform displays a recommended measures section that provides practical guidance on actions that can be taken to address severe conditions. This structured approach supports data-driven decision-making and strengthens urban preparedness against heat-related disruptions.
Thank you.
Across
So the intent is how do we, remove the fragmentation of the data, work with various departments, and to ensure, the impact of heat is being estimated at the city level. Accordingly, as the video shown, the solutions are also defined.
Okay.
So this is one of the examples. The other example is, the work we have done in Chennai and the work we have done in Palava with Lodha Group. I think where we found, again, data is a big issue. The request to us was, from the Chennai government was, can you do a pilot on the cool roof and establish the impact of cool roofs, in the city of Chennai. So what I'm highlighting here, sir, is no matter, what kind of solutions do exist, unless until we do pilots on the ground and we show the right evidence, we show the confidence to the policy makers, to the decision makers, it will be very difficult for people to adopt. Similarly, in case of Palava, what we did, since it is a private-led city done by Lodha, I think the intent was, can we establish the impact of various solutions that they have already implemented in terms of how does it reduce the UHI, how does it impact different, society of the people as well. So there again, we found a lot of good information, evidence that we have shared with NDMA. So far, I think the bottom line would be, data would be very important going forward for us to mitigate the impact of heat, and that could also support the heat implementation of heat action plan as well.
So data is critical, and then based on the data, we can design the solutions. We bring the solutions on the table, see how they impact at the local level. I think these are some critical points. So now let's hear from the states, some of the states, who are working on the heat action plans, how they have taken to the implementation of the heat action plans. So I will recognize 4 states here, one by one. First, let's begin with Telangana. Can the state representative from Telangana speak up? Telangana? If we do not have it right now, anyone from Telangana, then we can move to Uttar Pradesh.
सभी लोगों को नमस्कार सर। मैं डॉक्टर कनीस फातिमा उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ और 2022 से ही हीट एक्शन प्लान पे काम कर रही हूँ। सर आपको याद होगा कि जब 2023 में मुंबई में वर्कशॉप हुई थी तो वहाँ पे सर मैंने कहा था कि मैं इस पर कोशिश करूँगी काम करने की, और तब से लगातार इस पे हम लोग लगे भी हुए हैं। और 2023 में ही यूनिसेफ और IIPH के साथ हमने मिलकर के शुरुआत की, और लगातार हम लोग हर साल स्टेट हीट एक्शन प्लान पे को अपडेट करते हैं, उसमें जो भी कमियां होती हैं उसको हम ऐड करते हैं। इसके साथ ही हमने 23 में ही एक टेम्पलेट बनाया था, डॉक्टर महावीर जी भी यहाँ पर हैं, उर्वशी जी भी हैं, तो एक टेम्पलेट बना के सर हमने सभी 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में उसको सर्कुलेट किया। और सर हमें ये बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि आज यूपी में सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हीट वेव एक्शन प्लान बन करके तैयार है, उसका हम हर साल अपडेट भी करते हैं सर।
Thank you. So let me just translate it for our international participants that UP has undertaken the preparation of heat action plans in right earnest. They have identified technical partners. I think it's UNICEF and IIPH. They have undertaken the preparation of the heat action plans following a template for all the 75 districts. And they have prepared now the plans for all the 75 districts, which are being updated on a regular basis. So UP has done a considerable amount of work at preparing the heat action plans at the district level. So
सर
thank
थोड़ा
you.
सा और ऐड करना चाहूँगी।
Yes.
डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हटकर हम लोग सिटी पे सर आ रहे हैं, और हमने लास्ट ईयर आगरा, झांसी और लखनऊ के लिए सिटी हीट एक्शन प्लान तैयार किया है और अभी कानपुर और प्रयागराज का सर हमारा पाइपलाइन में है। और इस साल भी सर 11 सिटीज़ के लिए हमने बजट एलोकेट कर दिया है। तो अभी 26 में हमारे जितने भी 17 नगर निगम हैं, तो सर हम लोग इस साल सभी 17 नगर निगम के लिए हीट वेव एक्शन प्लान लेकर के तैयार हैं। और सर ये हमारा पूरे राउंड द ईयर प्रोग्राम चलता है, सिर्फ हीट एक्शन प्लान तक हम लोग सीमित नहीं रहते हैं। जैसे ही हमारा हीट वेव सीज़न ख़त्म होता है जुलाई के बाद, फिर सर हम लोग मॉनिटरिंग और इवेल्युएशन पे काम करते हैं। हमने एक सेटअप किया है फॉर्मेट, उस पर हम देखते हैं कहाँ से क्या काम हो रहा है। आप हमने सर आपको एक ATR भी भेजा है अपने स्टेट को, उसमें सर आप देखेंगे कि हर शहर में, हर सिटी में राउंड द सीज़न कुछ ना कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ होती रहती हैं, कुछ इनोवेटिव एक्टिविटीज़ होती रहती हैं। लेकिन सर एक जो प्रॉब्लम है वो बजट की प्रॉब्लम सर रहती है। जैसे कि आपने एक लेटर भेजा था कि हम एक गाइडलाइन इशू करेंगे कूल रूफ के लिए, तो सर मैं आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि अगर कोई ऐसी गाइडलाइन हो कि हम कूल रूफ पे कैसे काम करें, जो हमारे स्लम एरियाज़ हैं, सिटीज़ में हैं, हम किस तरह से उसको लेकर के आगे बढ़ें कि वो एक सक्सेसफुल हमारे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो सर।
Thank you. So again, to translate, the UP has, in addition to the district, the UP has also started the preparation of heat action plan at the level of municipal corporations, and it now 3-4 municipal corporations have already prepared the heat action plans, but they would like to complete the preparation of all the heat action plans for all the 17 municipal corporations. For them, it is a year-round activity, and not only do they work on the heat action plans, they also evaluate it. They have allocated some resources. However, there are problems in relation to the availability of resources, and so she has asked for NDMA support so that we can allocate more resources. We can issue the guidelines for the allocation of financial resources for implementing certain measures such as cool roof. So the point is very well taken, and we would definitely try our best to provide the guidelines on this subject. Next, Madhya Pradesh. And if Madhya Pradesh is not there, then maybe we move to Odisha.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Odisha government has already declared.
Can you speak a little louder?
Odisha government has already declared the heat wave as state-specific disaster from 2015, sir.
Yes.
We have already prepared the HAP at the state level, also at the district level, also at the department level also, sir. And we are also monitoring the action to be taken by all the departments and the district officer. We have a MOU with the CEW, for which we have already prepared 41 urban 41 HAP for 41 urban local bodies, sir. We are also prepared the health heat wave action plan in collaboration with Public Health Foundation of India, sir. Apart from that, we are also using the Sattarkap to monitor the heat wave situation, sir. Everything, if we just analyze the data, the reported death in the year 2023-24 and 24-25, it was more than 50. Last year, it was only 4, sir. And we are monitoring the situation at our SEOC level, sir. And the head of the SDMA, Honorable CM, is also monitoring the situation time and again, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's most encouraging that the state has declared it as a hazard, and they have undertaken the heat action plan for all the cities, all the districts. They are monitoring mortality. The mortality has gone down, and last year there were just 4 deaths. So it is very good that the government of Odisha is very proactively engaged with this whole issue. I will now invite 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If they have Yeah, just one, the lady there, please. You have raised the hand. Please get up. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. First to introduce myself.
You speak a little louder.
Yeah,
No,
I'm Ekta Agrawal, Deputy Director from DGCA. I'm looking after the aviation environment for India. So I know it's a bit technical, but we basically concentrate on carbon footprint and carbon emissions generating from aviation. So I just wanted to ask that as your heat action plan, you told it's localized. It's based on the cities and the area. So any analysis have been done related to the airport areas, the heat waves generating there, or do you have some kind of operational advisories for the passengers, when there are extreme heat conditions which you want civil aviation to look into, or some analysis or that the heat action plan also cover this related to the aviation part?
Extremely relevant question. Anyone would like to respond to that? How we are, how the aviation sector is getting affected, and what are the measures that we should take close to the airports to reduce the impact of the increased aviation activities? Have we worked in this area?
So not really, sir.
Uh-huh.
But let me tell you that the meteorology has a close connection with aviation sector. So while we earlier were not able to get the meteorology data from the IMD, we were able to get the freely accessible data of METAR, which is a monitoring, weather monitoring system for, located close to the airport runways to measure the runway temperatures, runways, temperature, wind, and other at the time weather parameters. So I'm not sure, and we have not worked on that, but just reminded me of the close connection. That's why we also have most of our IMDs close to the airport. IMD, weather stations close to the airport. But I doubt in India, anyone else, if no.
I can add, I think based on the work we did on heat impact assessment framework, so we were looking at different sectors, and I could be completely wrong, but I'm just sharing what we learned from the literature review. I think urban heat impacts aviation sector in two ways. One is, the runway, the material that is being used for the roads. It does impact the road, in terms of the high temperature. The second one is, I think there are various studies that suggest urban heat will impact the turbulence that aviation sector is going to experience. But I think the next step for us would be going deep into those sectors and start assessing the impact more clearly.
Okay. But thank you for raising the issue. It is a very important new dimension. Perhaps we need to have more engagement with the Airport Authority of India. So thank you for raising the issue. Next, yeah, please. Yeah, please go ahead, and then I will come to you. Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Parag, and I'm representing Seeds here. So I had learned, a lot of things during this discussion. So one thing is that every heat action plan, there are certain, complexities within that. Because when we say that, during peak hours, right? So plan is limited with the advisories and the early warning. So what all measures, we should take, or, to really translate that into actionable? Because, if we say that, all these domestic workers and, daily wage worker or construction workers, but there are certain limitations, they can't stop work. They have to work because that is their livelihood. So what all measures, how we are taking, forward through this heat action plan? Yeah. Thank you.
Any response to this? Yeah, please.
It's this really is a challenge because there's a lot of variation between states on how the 12 to 3 labor break.
Can you just bring the mic to you?
It's a challenge because there's a lot of variation between the states and how the 12 to 3 break is implemented and the extent to which labor departments monitor the break, right? So one of the things that we've seen, including in Delhi in 2024, was when the government issues the order, it's able to issue it for, say, construction sites that are under the DDA, which is a government institution. But how do you regulate the private sector? It's only through ensuring compliance through inspections and so on. one of the things that's happening is the amount of summertime capacity to do inspections is a challenge. Secondly, the awareness of small builders and small employers about heatwave actions is very low. So in some of the states, when I talk to labor departments, they said, well, the larger organizations, the larger builders that are under, say, CREDI, which is the sort of umbrella body, tend to know when the 12 to 3 work stop orders pass, but the smaller ones have no idea that it's happening. So awareness seems to be pretty critical. And the third element is just awareness to workers themselves, right? Because they need to be able to ask for this. And in a lot of places, the challenge is you have a labor market that is extremely, extremely surplus on the labor side of it, and demand is fairly low. So you're always going to get sort of gaps in the implementation of this unless you have way more enforcement. So that seems to be the current state.
Along with the heat action plan, there has to be a larger awareness campaign about the hours and about some of the behavioral changes. So that's a broader point. Any other question? Yes, please. Now I will read, because I have limited time. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Arvind Unni, and I work on urban issues. And in continuation to the response here, just want to ask and seek the response of the wonderful panel here. So one thing that we have realized over and over again across heat action plans is a consistent sort of gap that we have in the framing of vulnerable communities itself. So what we want to know that even when we have sectors like transportation, health, education, somewhere a lot of the working class communities, workers, urban poor communities, marginalized, who are a dominant section, if not a majority in our cities, they are still being kind of left out. And how can this framing change from looking at them as only the vulnerable communities that need support, as opposed to actually being strength that can be leveraged for the implementation of heat action plans, especially at the ground level? Because, I mean, we all know that the state has limits. It cannot reach down to the last worker. So how do we start engaging? And maybe in the question of heat action plan, sir, have a section or a category or a sector of people, communities, and participation. Just connected to this, sir, there are a lot of, in the frameworks that we're developing right now, there are a lot of resilience frameworks that are happening elsewhere as well, like NAP, NDCs. So how do we see this, the heat action plan framework, connect to those resilience frameworks? So if there is any thought on that, and we can place these questions as we go along for the next 2 days, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, you wanted to ask one question? I will take the question first, then. Yes, I will come to you. Yes, please keep your question quick.
Yeah, I'm Neetu, and we manufacture cool roof paints. And my question is, like, the way EHS and fire safety policies are there, so probably for labor safety also, if we can include and work with them and have the heat safety protocols for the people working in the exteriors. So that is one of the question. And another is, like, when we are doing pilots. So, and when we talk about the cool roofs, the sustainability part, sustainable performances part is very much to be addressed. Because like when we are having this heat action plan, many substances are there that are being applied and they are not having sustainable life, and that actually fails the complete project that we are doing. So like in the pilot small scale, the products are like maybe they are performing, but when it is a large scale application, they fail. Means we have seen sites wherein like after 1 year, like people feel that they have applied the product on the roof, and the roof are like, when we talk about metal roof, the height is very much and people are not able to see whether that coating is there or not. And we have seen that it vanished. So like low cost product and the proper sustainable performance is to be addressed.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Naresh.
Myself, Naresh from India Meteorological Department. First of all, I will give you an answer. We have a meteorological data of all India, all the reports. If anybody want to get, they can get it and do their studies. Second thing, somebody has mentioned about early warning. Specifically starting from 1st March, we issue special 2 bulletins. One is at morning at 8 a.m., then thereafter the tail bulletin at 2 p.m. Along with that, we are also issuing 4, that is a daily bulletin related to all warning, just specifically to heat wave. So it's not the case that we are not providing. Okay, fine. Yeah, the third question is just for heat action plans. Earlier also I have mentioned, generally whatever I have found, whatever the heat action plan, they are majorly focused on the maximum temperature. Just I have seen Jodhpur heat wave action plan, that is also they are considering temperatures only. Then if you see the Thane heat action plans, they have considered heat index, that is NOAA waste. So we have discussed many times, whatever the heat action plan based upon that is a heat index, that is a NOAA formula, that is not fit for Indian region. Many times it gives very abnormal results. So we cannot use that heat index for India.
Thank you.
So this is the point.
Thank you. So thank you. And now I will maybe some other time. So I will like the speakers here to respond to some of these issues and maybe bring this session to the conclusion. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I think these are very important questions. So I will take up the question on vulnerability and how we are addressing that in the HAPs. So I mean, first of all, I totally agree that we cannot develop a perfect heat action plan in year 1 because that's impractical expectation. We should have a baseline HAP like a 1.0 that will define a basic level of risk, basic level of vulnerability based on whatever data we currently have available. So that should not stop us from developing the HAPs. And I think there is a guideline that also suggests that these HAPs have to be renewed, updated every year, every 2 years. That is meant for this process only, that we can keep on collecting the data. So it's more or less like a living document. On year 1, there is supposed to be a lessons learned that comes from the process, like UP is already doing based on their MEL framework. So I think it's a incremental process to identify the local vulnerabilities of that particular city, and definitely there is a significant role for the local organizations to get involved in that.
Even communities.
Who work with the communities, who understand their local issues.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something that can take all the inputs and take it further. To the second question on, to the remarks from IMD official. So actually in Thane Heat Action Plan, we tried to address 3 gaps that the CPR study had identified. First one was there was no risk assessment in some of the earlier HAPs, so we tried to incorporate heat risk assessment for the first time with IPCC AR5 equation. The second one was most of the heat action plans, as you rightly mentioned, focused on only daytime temperature. So that is where we tried to include data and decadal change on number of warm nights to also account for nighttime temperature. And we also tried to include the combination of heat plus relative humidity based on the meteorological approach, because for biostatistical, we don't have data on health parameters, so we cannot go that way. But for meteorological, we applied 95th percentile onwards to use that. Now, I understand that I think IMD is in process to test out the heat index for India. So in the near future, if that index comes out, we will be very happy to incorporate. And I think that if that is really reflecting the local context, it will be a great suitability to use it in that situation. But that was included in the HAP just to give a sense that, okay, what exists in terms of the heat index. We also understand that the thresholds might vary, but the most important identification and revelation that happened for Thane was that when they were saying that the maximum temperature for us goes to 40 degrees Celsius in May, actually with addition of relative humidity, it was showing 46 degrees Celsius. So that feels like temperature we were able to show it to them. So I think these are some of the things.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other response?
I would just like to respond to the vulnerability question again. So most of our heat action plan, unfortunately, are still top-down one, not the bottom-up one. We engage with the communities. We also invite them in the stakeholder consultations, but I don't think that's enough. What we need to do is also make them part of the review process. And when I say review process, when we do this heat vulnerability risk assessment, we do it based on the data, like which ward has what number of, percentage of slums or women or population or elderly or young children population. That doesn't mean that, that ward is at higher risk. Within a same household of any economic status, the vulnerabilities varies in terms of heat based on your health condition, age, and other factors. So it is important that at least, in the annual review process, the authors or the, those who are drafting the heat action plan go back or, consult hire an agency to go back to the communities, to the street vendors, to the slum dwellers, to the gig workers, interview them to understand what do they know about the heat action plan of their city or district. Did they receive any, support, any kind of, help through that or not? And what actions do they, want in the heat action plans to be incorporated? Whether they want a water station which is not accessible to that in some area, or where exactly they want it to be, where they do want a canopy cover, so if the actions in the heat action plans, are based on the needs of the communities, the vulnerable communities, I think that will make the heat action plan not just the, a custodian of authorities, but a custodian of the whole city or district at large.
Thank you. And what is also important is that we need to check first thing, we need to encourage interventions at the local level, more and more interventions, and maybe some of them will work, some of them will not work. But right now we are at a stage where we need to encourage more interventions, in terms of helping the people. And we find some resources to support the people. Some of it will work, some of it will not work. And as we go ahead, perhaps we will refine our interventions. I think I have run short of time now, and I will like to conclude my session with very grateful thanks to all the speakers here. Your interventions were very, very insightful, and they actually covered the heat action plan from all points. They provided 360-degree view of the heat action plans, their efficacy, their success, and the need for improvement. So thank you very much, and again, I thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. May I request Dr. Vatsa to please present the mementos to all the speakers. Our next session focuses on infrastructure and urban systems as the front line of heat resilience. May I invite Shri Amit Prothi, Director General, CDRI, to chair this session. May I invite all the speakers for this session. Mr. Benjamin Hickman, he is a Regional Advisor for Asia and Europe with UNEP's District Energy in Cities Initiative. Mr. Anders Zozaya, he is an industrial engineer with ETH Zurich and has experience across energy and sustainable solutions sector. Shri Aun Abdullah, who has been associated with Lodha Foundation since 2011 and has played a key role in shaping the organization's sustainability and ESG strategy. Ms. Emma Wright, she serves as a Climate and Environment Advisor in the Indo-Pacific Regional Department at the British High Commission. Shri Sandeep Singh, he works with the International Finance Corporation and has over 28 years of experience at the intersection of investment transactions, real estate development, and climate action. After this, we will also be joined by discussants from Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Ministry of Power, and Ms. Shweta from Prayas Energy Group, Pune. I also acknowledge our rapporteurs, Ms. Lena and Ms. Neha Avasti from UNEP. For this session, we request only 2 questions from the audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. When we talk about infrastructure and heat, it's something that intuitively we understand. At the same time, it's not easy to understand. If I mention power, I think all of you get the relationship between heat and power immediately. If I mention transit, you have to think for a minute. If I mention housing, maybe you have to think a bit more. When we talk about cities and we talk about the urban context, in a way, infrastructure is the backbone that allows the city to function. And when we talk about heat as a risk, that backbone needs to be really strong to be able to withstand what temperature is doing to that backbone. So we've got an interesting panel today. We've got experts from housing, we've got experts on the policy front, on data front, trying to see how do you mainstream challenges of extreme heat in the infrastructure domain. I'll give you an example. If you've had a chance to travel to Europe, any of you, and you happen to be there during the summer months, you'll realize how miserable the transit system is. It's incredibly hot in the London metro. So transit on one end, which is designed for people to be able to move around the city across different functions, becomes unbearably hot during summer months, and it becomes a disincentive for people to travel. We're building metros in India, we're building housing in India. How do we factor in those things that we know? Extreme heat is a problem that we've been talking about since the morning. It's not going away, it is getting worse. So as we're on that cusp of building infrastructure, upgrading infrastructure, how do we bring in elements of extreme heat into our thinking? Does that require policies? Does that require practices? Does that require new training? So the idea today really is to see from the panel, hear from them examples of how they've started to bring in elements of extreme heat into the work that they've been doing. So let me maybe start with Benjamin. Benjamin, good to see you again. UNEP has been working in the context of extreme heat for a while. Reflections from you on, how are you trying to mainstream extreme heat into the urban infrastructure domain on the work that you're doing? Over to you. And I'll, given time, I'll probably give each of you about 3 minutes and then maybe a second question after that, yeah?
Yeah. I do have a presentation. I don't know if that can come up. And I'll try to stick to 3 minutes. But while that's loading, so from UNEP, we are, and as was said in the earlier the earlier session, looking particularly at the heat mitigation side of this problem, and why we focused on that as the Environment Authority of the UN is because cooling and the emissions associated it is the flip side of heat, and there is a massive concern globally around the global rise of cooling, but also the inability of communities to adapt themselves to heat and resilient infrastructure. So in India, we have a large program working with 5 states and with support from the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation. I'll quickly run through just some couple of quick results. I'll be as quick as I can.
I think how much time do you need?
I mean, I can skip a lot, so I'll just show 2 projects and then.
So let's do 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Okay. This is not working. Yeah, so very quickly, what we're trying to work on is at the state level, bring this together across departments. And it was mentioned, this is going beyond SDMAs. We need to work with a number of departments. We are demonstrating this in Tamil Nadu, where we're working with around 5 or 6 different departments, including housing, shelter, public works, but now also taking this to the other 4 states where we're working. And India, like many countries in the world where we are, there's almost no regulatory requirement for buildings to incorporate passive cooling measures. There's very little regulatory requirement for master plan to integrate heat resilience. So what we're doing is working with the nodal departments in the state government and the cities to integrate that actually into regulation. So both development control regulations for buildings and master plans, and all of the ecosystem required, like schedule of rates, etc. And housing is coming out, and other public buildings is a major area we need to focus. If I can just, this is a slow clicker.
Next slide, maybe.
Yeah, it's not moving. Yeah, very, it's moved too many now. I'll stop, I don't need, I can just speak to it maybe. So what we're very concerned about is, as I said, the long-term heat mitigation. We've worked and developed this urban heat island methodology, which with CEPT University, because we have to look beyond just satellite data on land surface temperature of, it's 40, 50 degrees in this area on the floor. And what we've found with studies, including in Tamil Nadu, where we've spent a whole year with CEPT University studying 100 spots, broke it down to 20 spots, is if you just look at land surface temperature, you actually miss the picture. And there are areas of Chennai which are the hottest from land surface temperature, but not the hottest from air temperature. And it's the air temperature that people feel. And then out of that study, that more detailed work, which now we're taking to 19 other cities in India, we actually can start to understand how do you actually change this. And it's by integrating nature, it's by changing the buildings, and it's by even looking at things like moving air conditioning exhausts away from the street level towards the top of rooftops. And this can replicate, and so like I mentioned, we're working on this with more cities. We're also working to integrate this methodology into the national framework for heat action plans with NDMA, and a few specific infrastructure projects where we're integrating this into schools and housing. And just to say, on the flip side of lowering urban temperatures, which is critical, we also need to lower indoor temperatures. And working in projects that we've done in Tamil Nadu and other states, we can lower with very basic passive cooling measures 3 degrees Celsius within the building. And when those buildings do have air conditioning, lower by 35% the energy use. And we've demonstrated that. And Tamil Nadu is now integrating that into their schools program, into their affordable housing program. And in Maharashtra as well, that's also getting replicated there. So maybe I'll stop there, because I think that's a lot, but I can come back with any questions.
And these presentations are going to be available for everybody, right? Yeah. So I think maybe I'll pick up the gentleman from Lodha, because you're building housing, right? You just heard Benjamin talk about methodologies, processes, etc. And I apologize, I'm shifting things around in terms of sequence, and it may be difficult at the back end, but I think I want you to pick up on the housing piece, for example. The whole issue of urban heat island effect, where temperatures are not the same across the city, certain parts of the city get hotter. I think the temperature can be something like 8-9 degrees hotter. So when on the surface, right? And so extreme heat actually exacerbates the problem. And when you're coming in and looking at housing, how have you started to just reflect on some of these elements of extreme heat in how you're starting to think about your housing? So maybe take it from there.
I come from Lodha Foundation, and our key focus area is to impact the growth of Indian economy. And in that, we have identified sustainable urbanization as one key lever, because it has always been the case that any economy that has grown with urbanization along with it. In a sense, urbanization can become a booster to the economy. But what we are seeing is that it is actually becoming a drag at times. So the story of India, the story of India's growth is quite promising. I mean, 15% of global growth is coming from here. We want to become an economy of 15,000 per capita GDP. What it means is that close to 100 million households are going to become home ownership capable. That means 500 million people will get into new homes. And that is where our action area lies. When this much amount of population moves, it actually ends up moving something like this. Now, this is the city that we sort of end up into. And it is not only a problem of urban heat, but it is also floods and lack of sustainability, livability, and all such aspects. And then comes obviously the climate risks which we have to solve. So we are working in that area. We feel that if India has to grow sustainably, or we will not get the chance. So energy security, material security, and climate security are essential. We have taken this challenge, and we are developing a city because we feel that India needs a sustainable urbanization template. So we have been developing a city that at its ultimate scale, it will have a population of 1 million people. Currently, we have built enough that 200,000 people already live here. We focus on all the aspects of sustainability, all the way from climate risks to decarbonization, transportation, water, and everything. Because we have a city available with us, and it is of a very large scale, we at Lodha Foundation, and also in partnership with RMI, we have converted it into a living lab. Now, we try out things in the city, and we try to bring out the data from the city that can be used by others to take their decisions on urban planning. Now, if you see, I'll come to the exact question that you were asking. In urban heat, we basically have to look at 3 things. One is the material, other one is the geometry, and third one is integration of green and blue infrastructure. We have been implementing all of this in this city. You can see these are all the photos from the city itself. And this actually brings out a positive outcome. And when we compare this with how the city typically, sort of grows, you can see, on one side is one of our developments, and one side is an organic development. Probably the density might be same, but you'll see that how urban heat is not affecting that area. It is because of the porous master plan. It is because of the way buildings are oriented, the amount of green-blue infrastructure is there, the urban forest is integrated, and so forth. Now, these things, when we go and measure, we can actually inform that they can be integrated at scale. If you see a very simple difference of the color of pavement causes this much amount of temperature difference. We have seen that, a surface temperature of under 30 degrees under a tree goes all the way up to 80 degrees if you measure the surface temperature of the bonnet of a car. So how the whole city and its components are oriented and integrated is what adds up to this problem of urban heat. What we are trying to do in partnership with RMI is actually to develop an urban heat mitigation hub, where we sort of bring out all these, the outcome of all these experiments and measurements both in terms of materials, both in terms of the geometry of urban planning, and as well as how we can integrate more and more of nature-based infrastructure. I think once, as Tarun was also saying, as this data starts coming out, as we see that very small interventions can bring about a big amount of change, I think our cities can get significantly better. So I just end here. The last point that I'll say is that if you consider this whole urban heat as a and compare it with, say, a health risk, healthcare system. So when we are talking about a disaster, we are talking about making hospitals. We are making a gym or a health club. What we are trying to do is we are trying to offer a preventive mechanism so that that disaster doesn't happen. So that's why we are in a different domain. But what these results we hope can help others.
So I'll follow up for a second. I think this is an example where the 40,000
in Mumbai. Yeah.
Mumbai.
Yeah.
Now Lodha is working across the country on the private sector side.
Yeah.
Right. How are you bringing these examples to other parts of your work in other parts of in other states? And where are you seeing the opportunity in terms of bringing this into the policy framework in the state level or the city level?
See, there are two parts to this answer, I would say. First of all, we do not have the opportunity to build as big cities everywhere. This was a unique opportunity. We had the land bank, we had the opportunity, so we are doing that. And that is why we consider this as a responsibility to convert it into a living lab and bring out these findings to the public domain. On the other side, whatever is the learning at scale in this development gets implemented in whatever other project we are doing at whatever scale. And this is not for, again, this is not only for Lodha. And that is why this is all available in public domain. And this is all, I mean, we are working with a lot of partners. The idea is that any insight that these studies bring about can be taken up not only by anybody who is developing, by urban local bodies, by any agencies who are working in the space, and they can be scaled up. Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to pick up now on the public sector side. Mahua, Ms. Grace, I think it'll be interesting to hear about how Mahua in its national missions is starting to recognize this challenge of extreme heat and is promoting it through the missions.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Mahua site, Mahua is our Ministry for Housing and Urban Affairs. So our ministry is a very large ministry. We have several divisions on the urban planning side, Swachh Bharat Mission, as you would all know. Amrut is something that I'm looking after. So I would like to talk about some of the policy interventions that this ministry has brought forward. One is the URDP-FI guidelines. These are the Urban Regional Development Plans formulation and implementation. These were set out in 2015. Basically, these guidelines are the basis on which cities make their master plans. So far more than 30 cities have formulated their model bylaws incorporating aspects like green buildings, cool roofs, rainwater harvesting, and so on. In addition to this, even here in Delhi itself, we have specialized institutions. We have a National Institute for Urban, NIUA we call it. So under NIUA, we have a special climate cell as well. We call it C-Cube. So they basically help in, the C-Cube is Climate Center for Cities. In addition to that, under NIUA, we also launched recently Climate Project Preparation Facility. So this institute basically helps urban local bodies in preparation of bankable climate resilient projects. In fact, the city of Warangal in Andhra Pradesh was one of the first to utilize this facility in preparing their projects which fell within the ambit of climate resilience, incorporating cooling mechanisms, and also action plan for combating heat waves and so on and so forth. In addition to this, another mission that I'm also exclusively looking after is called Amrut. Amrut stands for Atal Mission for Urban Rejuvenation and Transformation. This mission mostly we are providing household tap connections. We are looking after water supply across all urban local bodies. In addition to this, a very important component that we have under this AMRUT is rejuvenation of water bodies. So more than 4,000 water bodies across the country have been rejuvenated under our mission. So they have been completely transformed. Desilting work has been done. The water quality has improved. In some cities like Chennai, where I had visited recently, they have tied up with the Tourism Development Corporation and introduced boating facilities. So this is again very important, not just for that helping the cooling, to bring about some cooling in the city, but also I think it brings a lot of positive impact on the physical and mental well-being of the people, because it was very nice to see a lot of the residents, from the locality converging in these parks and these rejuvenated water bodies in the evenings, coming together and so on. So that is one of the things that we're doing. Another initiative that we're also doing is we have a sub-scheme called Women for Trees. Basically, I think you've heard of self-help groups, those women. So we have tied up with the National Urban Livelihood Mission. So we have more than 35,000 women across the country who are engaging in various works, including exclusively planting trees, geotagging them, and nurturing these trees for about 6 months until they reach the age of maturity. And they're taking care of them. We're giving them financial assistance. And in addition to that, a lot of these self-help groups are also maintaining parks as well, so all across the country. So I think these parks, these are mostly as city-level interventions. A lot of cities have shown a lot of, enthusiasm in these interventions. And so these are all of the things that we're witnessing from the policy that we're framing here at the level of the central government, and we're seeing it, percolate down to the city level, greening of cities. Again, in terms of urban planning, a lot of cities undertaking, introducing greening initiatives, cool roofs in Telangana. If you look at Ahmedabad, it was one of the first cities to come up with their heat action plan. They've also introduced very innovative concepts, like they have this cool bus stop where they have put those misting machines in their bus stop, so that when the people are waiting for the buses, in the summer heat, they have some sprinklers that are installed on the top, and they're able to have some kind of a respite from the heat. So these are the interventions that are being carried on. From our ministry side, our role is to formulate these guidelines and policies so that this is being brought down to the city level. So that is what I can tell from the ministry.
Thank you so much. So, I think at the ministry level in the center, trying to think about how do you incorporate this in your planning policy, in your housing practices, in the urban fabric that's out there. So maybe I'm going to shift to our colleague from the British High Commission for a minute. So, as you can hear, there's experimentation or practices coming up from the Indian context. Whether it's in the built environment, in the urban planning field. Talk a little bit about, because I started with the UK example of transit and extreme heat in the London metro. I mean, that was built 150 years ago. How would you now bring experience from outside to the Indian context? And at the same time, there's a lot of experimentation that's happening here. What is the opportunity? Because I represent a coalition which is now working across 53 countries. So part of my job is also to bring experiences from here to other parts of the world. So I'd be curious to hear from your side. How do we sort of bring experience from outside to India and take experiences from India outside to the other parts of the world?
Great questions. Thank you very much, Amitji. Namaskar, everybody. Thanks so much for coming, and thanks so much to my panelists as well, my fellow panelists. This is super helpful. So first of all, you mentioned being in a coalition. I think that's critical. So we've been doing fantastic work with various state governments, including Tamil Nadu. We've been working closely with the World Bank and with UNEP, with various ministries. And I think the more we come together now and actually collaborate, the more we're having a greater impact, especially as funding has become a bit of a problem in some areas. We all know what's going on in the geopolitical context. I won't go over it. So I think that these kind of coalitions around specific thematic areas, and heat is a fantastic one to be focusing on, opens up so many more doors. So I think, first of all, brilliant that we're working like this, and we should all continue to work like that more. I think in terms of bringing experience from outside into India, well, so I'm a regional climate change advisor. So here in the British High Commission, we have my esteemed colleagues working on a huge range of climate change issues with the Indian government, but I also work with countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. And what we're finding is that there are so many opportunities for cross-border learning, as well as within large countries, especially India and Indonesia. There's loads of great things going on at subnational level. So I think the opportunity is also internal for us to learn more between states and between ministries. What we do is the UK, so as part of our approach to adaptation, we have the CODRR programme, so that's Climate Action for a Resilient Asia Pacific, so that covers South Asia, Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and it's really the UK's flagship programme on adaptation and resilience. So within that programme, it's a huge, broad church. We can do pretty much anything related to adaptation and resilience. So I won't list out everything that we're doing on heat, for example, within that programme. But what we are finding now is that the UK is acting no longer like a sort of traditional old-fashioned donor. We're acting like a partner and an investor. And so this really ties into how we're working in coalitions with other actors as well. So we find our partnerships with various bits of the Indian government and the state governments incredibly valuable. And so aside from the coalition approach, we are finding areas where we perhaps have some expertise to offer. A really good example of this is the UK Met Office. So under the CODRR programme, we have a sub-programme that the Met Office deliver for us called WISER, which is all around improving people's resilience through improved and strengthened weather and climate information services and early warning and forecasting. So the UK, for example, really sees early warning and early action as key for disaster risk reduction and resilience. And of course, it touches not just on heat, but on all kinds of climate events and disasters. So as a kind of underpinning piece of work for our CODRR programme and for across our work in India, we are working with such organisations like the UK Met Office. So under the WISER programme, it's actually a regional approach. So the Met Office works with regional hydrometeorological organisations in India and in other countries to strengthen the regional architecture for forecasting and for weather and climate information services. So that's around capacity building, new technology, better lessons learned. And so with the World Bank, actually, one of the crucial bits of work that we're doing is around the South Asia Hydromet Forum, which has now been running for about 13 years. And I think is sort of the most effective forum in South Asia for coordination on these issues. So if you've not been involved in it so far, I really do encourage you to reach out to us, the World Bank or the Met Office, and maybe attend some of the events as well. There are 4 sub-working groups within the South Asia Hydromet Forum now, so I have them down here somewhere, bear with me. So around observation networks, numerical weather prediction, impact-based forecasting, and as well as capacity enhancement. And of course, there is space to develop new work streams as well. So that's going to allow us to take learning from not just the UK, but from across other bits of the region and bring that into where it's needed. So that's great. And I'll just take one more minute to talk a little bit about impact-based forecasting. So this approach, and it ties into what was talked about on the previous panel as well, so I was making loads of notes. This is about forecasting not just what the weather will be, whether that's at national or local scale, but what the weather will do. So what it enables people to do is take action, so it's incredibly practical. And we have found that the more we can get the information down to lower and lower scales, more and more localized scales, the more effective that action can be. So whilst with the Met Office we're working at regional level, and that's incredibly important, especially with the World Meteorological Organization as well, and the regional hydromet forums, we are getting to the point now where the technology is allowing us to get deeper and deeper down. And of course, as the UK, we really support locally led approaches to adaptation, and we really value our collaborations with, for example, the state government of Tamil Nadu, as well as the line ministries here in Delhi as well. So I'll stop there, but I think where we're getting to with impact-based forecasting is that we are going to be able to be a lot smarter and a lot quicker and more reactive with how we both plan for disasters, but how we get ahead of them as well. So thank you so much, Amit.
Thank you. And I think, just to pick up on the impact-based forecasting and maybe connecting it to the whole role of data. When we talk about impact-based forecasting, it's about sharing information in a way that people are being able to make decisions on the ground on their own. And then maybe talk about the whole side of data. And I think you're at ETH Zurich.
That's correct.
And you've been thinking around what is the bare minimum information one needs to collect or capture so that it gets into the experimentation that is going on in LODA or the policy framework. So maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yes, so thank you very much for the opportunity to share our work. So ETH Zurich is a Swiss university. Earlier we heard about the Swiss efforts to bring this knowledge and close this knowledge gap. We are based in Singapore, so we've been working on a project called Cool in Singapore for quite long. And yes, we've used a lot of data. Researchers like complexity and dive deep into data. We're funded by the National Research Foundation, so it's been also a collaboration with local stakeholders. And let me share a bit about the context of the project, where initially we started looking at different aspects of heat and how heat is a complex issue in trying to identify mitigation strategies. That was in 2017. We also started to measure, because we need measurements and we need that data, the urban heat challenge or the urban heat island effect in Singapore. But that was not sufficient. There was a question, okay, what do we do with all this data? What do we do with all this knowledge? And this is where, in collaboration with the local agencies, especially the planning ones, we decided to develop a digital twin. And that's also very much based on data. And in our case, the digital twin not only considered the passive elements of the city, but also considered the active elements of the city, the anthropogenic heat, the heat emitted by human activity. So we had to develop new data sets on industry emissions, on building energy, and building emissions, transport, or heat emitted by transport. And not only to be able to assess that on a city scale, but also at the district scale. So we had to build what we call a digital urban climate twin, a DUCT, where agencies could play with different scenarios and ask different questions. And this is a quick video of the digital urban climate twin, where, as you can see, we've implemented these at two scales, city scale and district scale. At city scale, we try to facilitate planners and developers to ask policy-related questions. How can we green the city better? How will EV policies will impact? And then we can compare different scenarios, current scenarios or even future scenarios with climate change projections. We also developed, so wind corridors was another topic of interest. So we developed tools around that, always based on modeling and simulation, very data-centric. So we can also enable to upload new different developments, compare design A to design B, not only from a building perspective, but also for a greenery perspective, parks, trees. All this was incorporated into the digital twin. And then this enables us to, again, identify areas where the heat issue might be more or higher and take some actions around those. And that is very much connected to energy efficiency, and for example, in Singapore with cooling, district cooling kind of initiatives. So as you can see, all these is very complex and requires a lot of data. But in 2025, we had the chance to bring these to other places. So Madrid, Vienna, working on EV policies and analyzing how EV policies will impact the urban heat challenge. We brought it also to Brazil, a bit more data constrained. Still, we were able to carry some simulations at the city scale, add on some vulnerability parameters, and then zoom into areas that were of high vulnerability to test different scenarios, to test different strategies, green parks, different wind corridors, and try to assess and compare those. We also did a similar work in India, in Bhubaneswar, where we also projected climate change impacts, in this case connecting it with energy systems and understanding how will those impact on energy. So yes, data is important, but we can start to work with simple data sets. I think it's important to try to standardize, to try to work with similar formats. I've seen there is a conversation, a discussion on what are the target parameters. Are we talking about surface temperature, air temperature? Are we talking about other thermal comfort indices? So all that conversation is important, and it's a gradual one. It's the same with data. Researchers say that all the models are wrong, some are useful. So we need to make that data useful, those models useful, and this is the approach in our research, yes.
So because you're sitting in this space, now that with the whole proliferation of AI, and everywhere you look, it's AI. Yes. I suspect the digital twin took you what, 4 years, 3-4 years to build?
To develop that, yes, 4 years, yes.
Right. Are you anticipating that will get faster? Are you anticipating that the ability to now, with better satellite imagery, with better access to tools, technology, AI, are you anticipating we'll get, I suspect we'll get faster, yes, but will it be more helpful? And maybe that's a question I'll also, Benjamin, maybe you've been thinking about this for a minute as well, so I'll put it back to you. But after, I'll go to Sandeep as well.
I would argue that it is already getting faster. Some of our models are very heavy and very time-consuming. We are seeing new different models coming in. But I would also argue that not necessarily more data is always better. I think it's important to state the questions clearly. What are we building for? What are we gathering the data for? Are we talking about the streams? Are we talking about averages? Are we talking about nighttime temperature? Are we talking about thermal comfort? All that conversation is necessary, and that's the collaboration between the stakeholders that is necessary, because, again, not necessarily more data is helpful on that. And this was also a learning from our process with the Singapore government agencies working to develop this.
Yeah. I've had a chance to live in Singapore for 5 years, and I've been familiar with the work that the ETH Zurich is doing. Sandeep, the World Bank has been thinking about heat, World Bank, IFC both, for a while now. You've come up with the Building Resilience Index. You've been trying to promote this through investments or in your investments through capacity building. Maybe touch a bit about what do you see has been success in India, but also where do you think that we can go in the next few years?
Yeah, so thanks, Amit. Let me give the context. So I represent the World Bank Group, which consists of multiple organizations. The IBRD, which is commonly known as the World Bank, invests with the governments for developmental impact, and International Finance Corporation does the same with the private sector. So essentially, this is the largest development finance institution. I work with the climate department, and more specifically with a team that builds these tools that you're talking about. EDGE is a mitigation tool for buildings, green buildings. Building Resilience Index is a tool for resilience, again at the building level. And then we have Apex Green Cities, which is an urban level tool, currently focusing on mitigation, but as we speak, developing resilience and adaptation modules into it. So EDGE started quite a, we just celebrated 10-year anniversary. So it had a head start compared to the other tools, and it has done exceptionally well. EDGE certified projects are in 125 countries. In India, we have probably around 15 million square meters certified already. Now, why is this important? Because when we look at urban scenarios and we look at subnational governments, essentially when they undertake these projects, one of the crucial bottlenecks becomes financing. And it's not just the MDB financing that can solve the whole issue, but essentially the idea is that not only we come in with our money, but we pave the road in a manner so that private sector money can come in, and there is a structural change that follows and makes that impact. So, and that is where these tools become super crucial, because for the private sector financing to come in, they need verified, transparent data on which their investments could be linked. And that's where these tools become really, really important. So, yeah, you know, in terms of, I spoke about EDGE and Building Resilience Index is starting, but we have several clients who are working on it across the globe and in India. For Apex Green Cities, we have already completed our assessments for 3 cities, starting with Chennai, Pimpri, and Vizag. Vizag has already made the assessment public, so you can find it online. And there are many other cities on which we are working.
Maybe touch upon the heat element there for a minute. You know, so in BRI or Apex, how is heat getting reflected or not getting reflected? I mean, I think.
So, yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. So essentially, when we talk about heat, indirectly we address it. So the 2 tools on the resilience and mitigation sides, these are building level tools. So of course, you know, the urban heat island effect is kind of not really covered there, but what we do at the building level does impact other things. In Apex, we are building that adaptation engine right now, and it will get covered. It is one of the 2 main things that we're looking at, floods and heat.
You know, I think we're sitting in a context talking about heat, but all of you who are practitioners understand that in the urban context, it's very difficult to just take one hazard and focus only on that, right? So I think I've had a chance to look at EDGE and BRI as well, and what is the advantage is it does bring that multi-hazard perspective to help then decision makers make decisions around investments, etc. I wanted to come back to you, Benjamin, because I think I shortchanged you on time. But coming back to that question on, you know, now role of AI, role of technology, digital twins, we are having a lot of those conversations. Next week in Delhi, we've got the AI summit. Maybe just reflect a little bit of, you know, we've got heat action plans. We talked about that a lot in the first session. What should be heat action plan 3.0, or I think we are past 2.0, right? So maybe we should start thinking about 3.0 and the role of all of these tools that allow data crunching and modeling to happen very quickly. Of course, all of that has to enter decision making. Decision making is the more complicated bit, but it's very easy. It should become easier to understand heat island effect. It should become easier to understand temperature variability based on materials, right? That's where technologies, satellite imagery and all is allowing us to understand. But how do you then make sure that the decision-making process is also fast enough and reacting to the changing technologies, and that is housing or energy, etc. I'm going to give you that, and then I've got a few more people sitting I have to invite to speak on as well. So,
yeah, it's a really good question. Maybe I can just step back, and what I tried to show earlier is we are working with cities that are very developed, like Delhi, Chennai, but we're also working with tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. And I think what we have to recognize is this point that lots of data doesn't necessarily solve the problem, and there are very simple things we can do. So the methodology developed has this 4 tiers of level of detail. Level of detail 1 is what we can do with satellites. Level of detail 4 is basically what Singapore is doing. We need to grade, and with also limited budget, like Emma said, we need to grade our support to cities based on how much their capacity to actually absorb it and bring it into things like local area planning and their building regulations. So we've framed that like that. I do really think AI is going to make this a lot easier, but I think we also, so not just for urban heat island assessments. You know, Google can already look at your city, and there's a free resource for any city that wants to know what Google's heat maps are. But going even deeper, and so Google also has, you know, air quality sensors they're deploying to understand air quality. So going even deeper to look at maybe in combination with the cities or AMD's air temperature sensors, trying to actually map out that. So that is coming, but again, it's understanding the causes of heat and the solutions will take more time, and getting that capacity into city governments. There's also a really interesting angle on enforcement as well, and a lot of what we're talking about around buildings and urban planning, a lot of it is, there's lots of great ideas, great codes, great guidelines, but actually getting it into the built environment in many countries there's a lot of pushback from real estate sector who are trying to find that last inch. And so things like shading are not coming into building regulations because the developers will push back, and maybe instead of added a shading balcony, it's just suddenly an extra 3 square meters of floor space that they've just walled off. So it can probably help on enforcement as well. And I'll give one last example. We're working with BSES in Delhi. We developed a digital twin for the power system here. The power system is under massive pressure because of rising cooling, but also the impact of extreme heat on infrastructure, which CDRI, you know very well. We need to also look at what's the role of AI and digital twins in the power system to start to balance the massive amounts of cooling load coming on. So a few ideas, but yeah, it's a real hot topic, we can say that.
Thank you. And since you mentioned power sector, I have a colleague here from Prayas, Ms. Shweta. I think you had a comment to make, so if I can see you.
Hi. Thank you, Amit. Also thanks to all the panelists. Very interesting discussion. Let me just begin with the power sector, because that's something in terms of the heat resilience aspect that we've been looking at, and this we've been also studying in collaboration with CDRI. So currently heat resilience is being looked at in the power sector more only as a supply challenge, but with more and more supply that we want to add into the grid, to meet the increasing demand will only lead to more stranded assets. And I think here the points that Benjamin, you were also making in terms of infrastructure are some of the issues that also highlighted as part of the studies that we are undertaking to try and understand these actual impacts of heat on not just what is the supply or the requirement for power, but also trying to see where and when and how heat has been impacting the power sector. So some 3-4 areas I would just like to highlight here. One is essentially also, Benjamin, since you brought up BSES, a lot of the discoms or utilities today are seeing sharp surges in peak demand arising from essentially cooling, that is the demand of cooling that is coming up. And there we see a larger challenge in terms of how planning is being done within distribution companies to procure power. Some of our interactions with these companies have also highlighted issues in terms of getting adequate data for weather forecasting to be able to do more accurate short-term power purchase planning. Along with demand or meeting the demand or supply planning, some of the other issues that we've also been seeing or observing is on the infrastructure load that is coming up in terms of overheating of transmission networks, distribution transformers failing, and which increases the risks of outages that can happen on the grids. In the last year, or in 2024 alone, over 10% of the distribution transformer failures have been recorded in India. How many of these are actually attributed to heat or overloading is something that really needs to be seen. Other than that, heat also has some indirect implications on efficiencies of power plant operations themselves, not just for thermal power generation, but also for how solar and wind power generation systems work. Along with that, the more critical challenge, and again, sorry, just going back to what Benjamin was talking about, is balancing this entire demand and supply in critical situations becomes more critical because it has a cascading impact on the entire grid, and the failures of the grid can increase because of this. The other one small aspect I just wanted to share here that Prayas has also been looking at, one of the other critical demand centers are, of course, urban areas, and buildings are contributing significantly to how energy demand shapes up in urban areas. In the city of Pune alone, Pune because that's where we come from, in the last 7 to 8 years, there has been at least a 10% growth in the number of buildings that have come up in Pune. This is just purely number of buildings. In terms of units, it is multiple fold. What this means is that all of these households are demanding for excess and more electricity. With the kind of temperature changes that we've been observing, it leads to more stress on the networks and for more cooling demand. And unfortunately, in India today, even though we have very good codes and regulations in place, the adoption of ENS, that is the Econivas Samhita, is limited to only 5 cities in the entire country, and there is only 1 state which has notified it. So buildings are another very critical part of the entire puzzle of how we look at heat and what needs to be done. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think, again, coming back to the policy framework, the housing typology, public sector housing, private sector housing, and then the link to extreme heat, where on one end you have to react to that in your providing the thermal comfort. At the same time, the energy load is going up and the supply side is getting affected, again, because of increasing demand as well as increasing temperatures, right? So it's not an easy thing to, we're all sort of sitting in different domains, but these linkages are also important to think about. We have somebody from the transportation ministry as well, road transportation ministry. So I'd like to hear a little bit on the transportation element here as well. Mrinalini, you'll have to help me with the person. Okay, so there was also a reflection on the animal husbandry side. Okay. I do, because all of you have sort of heard each other as well. I want to give 30 seconds to each of you. We're in 2026. Whether we surpass 1.5 or not is not what I would like to discuss. But we are sitting in a country where the challenge is getting it worse. So what should the National Disaster Management Authority keep thinking about? Is it the AI space? Is it using data for better informing the heat plans? Just some forward-looking response from each of you in the sectors that you're part of. Maybe 30 seconds, and then I'll open it up for questions. Maybe Sandeep, let me start there and come back around.
I think, typically the way we approach things is two-pronged, right? On one side is the direct investment that we can make, but on the other side is the policy level. So I think that's where the governments should be looking at, have a two-pronged approach, look at the best practices. We have some examples within the country and to be learned from, and enable these through essentially the bottleneck might eventually come in terms of financing, and this needs to be approached in a very systematic way. Let's say a city is planning to raise climate related funds for like a green bond or something. They need to go about it in a very systematic way, and they need to send these signals to the market that they are not only intending to do it, but they are committed to do it. And those signals are very important. One of the things that, like I mentioned, Vizag, So they have gone ahead and published the report. It is a communication to the world that, yes, we are committed towards this, and we are going about it in a very organized, systematic way, and these are the prioritized projects. And so maybe, what I'm talking about is a more general approach, but anything linked to disasters will follow the same pattern. Those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with all of that. I do think scaling financing is a huge challenge for mitigation and adaptation. Obviously, we have a huge adaptation gap. It's more challenging to get funding into adaptation, but there's brilliant work going on. So I think we need to learn from what is happening already. We really support subnational action and locally led approaches to adaptation, and we think that the more that we can take the lessons from local level and apply them upwards and attract funding in, then you automatically scale. So we support everything that you said there as well. I do think governance is a challenge around some of these issues. This is why it's great that you've got everyone together on heat today. So I think improving governance and coordination around thematic issues such as heat, water is also a very big problem, and increasing the rollout of MBS, as many of my colleagues have just touched on as well, will be critical in the short term for managing temperatures. Yes, so I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I'll just touch upon for a second, because the National Disaster Management, the new law has actually now increased the focus on an urban body that's going to be set up, right? So I think to some extent, some of what you're also saying, the competitiveness and the communication, the locally led solutions, because adaptation, end of the day, is actually very local compared to mitigation sometimes. So I think that can become an opportunity for the new body that gets set up at the urban level through NDMA.
Yeah, I think we should not try to solve the problems in silos, which is very critical. So if you look at heat, for example, 50% of the solutions also lead to flood risk management as well. And once you are managing heat, you are managing energy, and once you are managing energy, you are also managing air. So everything is linked. So if while we try to solve each issue, we try to see how the solution can be more integrated and more useful across the urban spectrum, and we need to look at the overall urbanization problem and the opportunity that we have under a single umbrella, because otherwise we may end up doing multiple interventions which may not be as efficient in the overall outcome.
Maybe just because you're representing also the housing market on the private sector side, are you seeing the consumer asking for some of these things?
Yes. You go to whichever city. So you go to Bangalore, the first question is what's the situation of water. You come to NCR, the first question is what's the situation of air, whether there is an air purification system in the building or not. You go to Mumbai, the first question is floods. So, and you go to anywhere in affordable housing, the first question is what is the cost of ownership, including the maintenance charges, the cooling, cooling costs, etc. So people are directly affected, and people are looking for solutions. It is, although they may not be asking for a green certificate all the time, but they are definitely aware of what they need, and the push is coming from the demand side as well. The challenge is that the supply of such solutions is still very limited, and that is something that we need to overcome.
Yeah, a bit connecting to your earlier question on technology. I think the technology and the data will come. Obviously, financing is needed and so on, but that will come. I think that the difficulty is, again, stating the problem adequately. In the energy sector, we have it's a very easy equation. You have kilowatt hour, they have a price per kilowatt hour. You do the math. On the climate aspect, it's a bit harder. Are we talking, again, streams, averages? Are we talking temperature, thermal comfort? Different cities will have different climate, I don't know, 4 seasons on the tropics. So you might have different needs in that sense. Are you preparing for extremes? Not. So all that discussion that I think is happening already here, I think is relevant, and I think it's important that the planners also take part in that discussion. Yeah.
So I think at the ministry level, so our role is to formulate these policies and guidelines and nudge the states and the urban local bodies to work within these broad contours of guidelines and policies that we have framed. So there's a lot of flexibility, and they can work along these guidelines and come up with their own special initiatives as well, for which we are providing a lot of financial assistance and other monetary initiatives. So as a result of which, a lot of cities we have seen have done very well in having their individual heat action plan, cooling plans, and so on. So I think it's very important for the cities to take it up at their level. And like the other panelists were saying, there are difficulties in coordinating, because at that level there are a lot of agencies, there are a lot of other departments which are in, engaging in various tasks for which you require some level of coordination and so on and so forth. So at our level also in ministry, we do undertake some capacity building programs. We have workshops in hybrid mode, both online and offline as well. So we're working towards that, and I think even workshops and seminars like this, where all of us come together and collectively talk about the work that we do and how we can best assist each other. I think all of these things are, good steps in which we can help carry forward this goals. Thank you.
So on Mahua's side, I mean, because NDMA is again a different ministry, Mahua is a different ministry. Are you hearing
and
from?
Then we have Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change as well. So it's like different ministries also, agencies handling this climate thing as well.
Are you at Mahua getting questions from your constituents on the ground, like from your Amrut programs, or are you actually hearing questions on disaster-related challenges? I mean, is that coming up, or is
disaster, in fact, recently there was a question in the parliament in Rajya Sabha that was taken up on the 9th, this week itself. So there was a question regarding how many cities have undertaken heat action plans, what is the, what are the, do the cities have any specific plans in case of heat waves, emergency? So we took inputs from NDMA as well. We took inputs from Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. So we put together and based on all of these inputs that we received from NDMA, MOE, FCC, and from the states and the cities concerned, we coordinated these answers and tabled it in the parliament. So it requires a lot of coordination between the various agencies and ministries, and as the panelists said also, nobody can work in silos now. Now all of us are interrelated, integrated in some form or the other.
Yeah, I think on that last point, and UNEP is working with a number of governments on this. I think that point of coordination is actually, that point of coordination is one of the major challenges, and the lady mentioned there's only one state that's notified the residential building energy code. It's a really good example, because that code is under Ministry of Power, but all of the authority to regulate that is under Urban Development Department. So I guess my pitch is in India, you have a real risk of infrastructure locking in extreme heat for a very long time and large energy use. We have the solutions, but this heat mitigation part is across so many ministries or departments that we really need a kind of mission mode for how to actually push heat mitigation. Otherwise, it won't happen. And then the response is lots of air conditioning demand. And I would just one last point on the power system. It's so critical, and this is critical for all countries. In India, there's an electrification push for transport as well as for cooling. And the same thing is happening in developed countries. And if you look just a few weeks ago, 1 million people in the US were without power during a winter storm. So if it can happen in the US, it definitely can happen here. And we've seen heat waves knock out power systems and water supply, which is a real safety hazard. So we need to bring this all together, I think, the long-term heat mitigation, or else the risks are too large.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe 2 questions. So let's see if, and somebody who's not asked a question before. Maybe the lady has got her hand first, so please, you'll need a mic. So I'll take one from the front and one from the back. So let's just
So apart from animal husbandry, like food storage, like the grain storage, FCP, is also a lot of, almost 40% of grains are destroyed because of the poor storage and the heat and humidity. So that also need to be considered. And like the twin digital technology that was told. So like if at city level we can have a microclimatic mapping, and then if we can strategize like how the landscaping should be, tree plantation, cool roof, all these things can be strategized. That will exactly help in the silos, like as cumulatively. Yeah.
So maybe I'll ask you the question, since you had a comment. When you talk about food storage, urban, rural, both, how would you sort of talk about it a bit more?
Yeah, it's more of urban. Rural, especially like we have seen that a lot of trees and plantation are there. So heat is not that much like scenario, but like if we talk about the urban, the FCPs, the storage houses that are constructed are in a very bad stage, and they have leakage also, and with the moisture and heat, the food grain is destroyed.
Thank you. Please.
Sir, thank you for the insight. I'm Ashish from GICD. Started with the session with the London Tube example. If you look at the London particularly or UK, this is one of the developed countries, and they have not foreseen that there may be a scenario of after the 100 years or 150 years, the heat scenario. The residential buildings is without fan, and that been made to contain the heat, to keep the heat inside. So at current situation, they face severe issues during the summertime. So why can't we change our perspective? Because whatever we have discussed, it's all about the action plan. What we can do if the heat will happen, what the best solution can be done. Why can't we more preventive side? Prevention is better than the cure. So can't we discuss more about the soil quality, the water balance? If the soil is more dry, more heat will be there. And looking at the urbanization, more concrete jungle all around, can't we have something framework for the porous roads? So because we have the opportunity, we see all the cities having flood every year. It may be the Bangalore, Uttarakhand, Mumbai, etc. So why can't we utilize it as an opportunity, convert it as an opportunity? Rainwater harvesting may be one of the best things. Solar panel installation in all the new coming building may be the best thing. Installation of like climbing trees all across the roadside, street lamps, climbing trees, bus stops, climbing trees, may be the opportunities. So if we can have more focus for the roads, because as soon as we move or we discuss about the urbanization, it's more towards the concrete. So there is nothing goes to the soil. No water will go. It will be more heat into the city in the coming days. So if we can have something in that perspective also, that will be quite useful, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it is the discussion is intended to be on the opportunity side, frankly, because we haven't yet built. By some accounts, 20 new Bombay's worth of infrastructure needs to be built in the next 20 years. And how do we build it is actually the opportunity. Do we repeat the patterns of the past that are creating heat island effects, or do we learn from the past and do differently? And I think that's where the example from Lodha, Maua, that is where the experimentation is, but it hasn't been mainstreamed yet, right? And I think that's the opportunity for this group as well, is that when you're looking at housing, when you're looking at transportation, when you're looking at power, we do definitely need to factor in multiple hazards, including extreme heat. And in that context, how do we make that shift? Is that shift on the enforcement side? Is that shift on the policy side? Is that shift on the practice side? Is that shift on the lack of data side? So I think in a way it's a challenge to all of us in the room, is that shift is desperately needed. We're all acknowledging that shift is needed, but how do we do it in the domains that we are sitting in, right? To the organizers, do we have time for any more questions, or do we need to wrap up? Okay, we need to wrap up. So with that, I would really like to thank all of you. It's not, urban infrastructure is quite complex. So having had different elements to discuss around it, I really appreciate your time, effort, and the pithiness with which you have been able to answer some of these questions. Thank you so much.
May I request Dr. Dinesh Kumar Aswal, member NDMA, to present mementos to all the speakers and the chair. Thank you. We now break for lunch and we request everyone to reassemble at 2:30 p.m.
May I have your attention, please? Mr. Mavlankar, Dr. Yogendra Samant, Ms. Ritu Bharadwaj, Mr. Piyush Narang, Mr. John Abo, and Ms. Christina. You are all the panelists for the next session. You are requested to reach here at 2:15. The chair would also like to speak with you all. Thank you very much. I repeat the names: Ms. Christina, Mr. John Abo, Mr. Piyush Narang, Ms. Ritu Bharadwaj, Professor Dilip, and Dr. Yogendra Samant. We'll request you to assemble at 2:15 here for the chair and co-chair to speak with you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a theme that lies at the heart of extreme heat governance: protecting lives and livelihoods through strengthened health systems, adaptive social protection, and risk-informed planning. To guide the deliberations, I would like to invite Ms. Rita Missel, Member, National Disaster Management Authority, to chair this segment. We are also joined by co-chair Mr. Giral Guskwaski, Program Director and Cluster Coordinator at GIZ India, who leads work across environment, climate change, and natural resource management, supporting resilience and sustainability partnerships in India. May I invite all the speakers for this session: Ms. Christina Steffen, who has extensive experience advising humanitarian organizations, multilateral development banks, and emerging economies on disaster risk financing and alternative risk transfer solutions. Mr. John Abo, who is the technical lead of emergency preparedness at ADPC and has over 15 years of experience in health emergency risk management and disaster preparedness across South and Southeast Asia. Dr. Ashok Gadgil, who is a professor at UC Berkeley. Ms. Ritu Bharadwaj, who is a climate finance and resilience expert with over 20 years of experience in policy development, program management, and research. Professor Dilip Mavalankar, who is the director at Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, and has extensive contributions to health systems strengthening and public health policy. Finally, Dr. Yogendra Samant, who serves as an occupational safety and health specialist with the ILO, focusing on strengthening labor protection frameworks, workplace safety, and occupational risk reduction. After this, we will be joined by discussants from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Dr. Ritu Parchure, Senior Research Fellow from Prayas Energy Group, Pune. I also acknowledge our rapporteurs, Mr. Shishir Agarwal and Ms. Shantini Ghosh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I call your attention to this very interesting post-lunch session. I know the lunch has been very good, and some of these chairs are comfortable, and the temperature is just about perfect for us to maybe relax a bit. But I hope that you will engage a little bit in the conversation. This is going to be very interesting. The previous sessions we've been talking about systems, you know, about how different systems can work to address the heat effect. That was important. And now I feel more critical is to understand how actually people are going to be affected. So, you know, the title of the session is Heat, Health and Human Systems, Protecting Life and Livelihoods. As you can imagine, this is the most critical aspect of our work in heat waves preparedness, simply because, you know, unless you address the needs of the people, you don't make a difference. So all the efforts, you know, in some way is directed towards protecting lives and livelihoods of people. I'll start with very interesting discussion that I had this morning with someone. It was mentioned to someone that I was coming to this heat health workshop, Heatwave. This is a domestic worker. We're having a 2-day international conference on heat waves, you know, international workshop on heat waves. And her immediate reaction was raising a brow and asking, like, so what does this mean for me, right? So I'm hoping that this session will provide some responses to what it means for such people, you know. And I think in the morning when we had Dr. Vatsa opening in his keynote address, he did mention that this has class dimensions, it has gender dimensions, it has other vulnerability dimensions, age dimensions, and those things cannot be ignored when we are talking about people. So there's not a monolith called people, but these dimensions must be taken into considerations. So I think, you know, our own perception of managing heat in this country is that, you know, we are very familiar with it, especially in India. You know, we have lived with heat. I belong to a state called Odisha, and average temperatures over the last few years have been 40, you know, and the peak heat, 42 on some days. And I do remember that we have been complaining about the increased heat we coped with it much better. When it was not so hot, we had systems to deal with it. You know, I remember growing up with what you have, these jute screens that we used to wet completely. I don't know if all of you remember that. The jute screen that used to be sprayed with water, that had horrible stink. But you know, at the end of the day, it used to cool homes. If not anything else, the simplest solution was wet your long 6-yard saris, you know, and hang it up from the windows. I also remember correctly, each house had a ventilator. All houses had ventilators on those days. If you come to these days modern buildings and apartments, there is no ventilator systems anymore. We don't have ventilation at all. You know, so we rely on ACs or air conditioners to keep ourselves cool. Ventilation system is a discarded part of our building technology in these days. And that used to be critical. You know, courtyards, you know, the way we houses were designed with courtyards and things like that, that used to help people deal with the heat in a much better manner. So now we have talked a little bit about urban heat island effect. We've talked about how it can affect different categories of people. But what is important is that what is the difference we are making with all these action plans when we're talking about? So we have a huge range of panelists here, you know, 5 or 6 people, very eminent panelists here among us. And each of them have done significant body of work in preparing for addressing heat waves internationally and in India as well. And I think we will have a perspective, a joint perspective of both. And I'm really excited and to looking forward to this session, because for me, at the end of the day, I can go back to the domestic worker and say, you know, this is what we are planning to do from now on. I need to answer that question. You know, I need to get a response to that question about how is it going to help us when you're having an international workshop on heat wave. So, you know, I hope that we will get some solutions from this question. I also take the liberty of introducing my co-chair here, Gerhard from GIZ. Gerhard, I now hand over to you for some remarks before we move to the panelists.
So already a lot said, so I'm not speaking longer. For me, it's also important to look beyond emergency responses here and to find systemic solutions to the challenges that we are facing in this field. And I'm really looking forward to an enriching discussion, new insights, and that we also have a kind of exchange with the people that are listening to us. Thanks a lot, and handing back to my chairperson.
So this is the only session we have the privilege of having a chair and co-chair, you know, and I hope we manage that well. Thank you, Gerhard. I would like to start by start our discussion, kicking off this panel discussion with a certain level of questions to Christina. We had Christina speak in the keynote address right at the beginning of the session, where she emphasized very much about governance challenges, you know, and making the whole heat wave issue as an invisible disaster to making it much more prominent, especially in our country where we think we know everything we need to know about it, right? So Christina, I think more importantly, again, to go back to understanding the class dimensions of people who are affected by heat waves, what is the kind of social protection programs, you know, that can be provided to people to reduce heat risks, particularly for different categories of people that we were talking about, whether it is people with disability, age old. And there's an interesting number that someone threw up right at the beginning of the session that was about 500,000 deaths reported from heat, right? WHO has reported that. And again, as I was speaking to Professor Dilip Malvankar, he was mentioning that when they started doing the heat action plan in Ahmedabad city, more than 800 deaths were reported in a particular season of the heat wave, you know. So this excess deaths that they reported is of key concern, and this could have gone under the radar. So what can be done to prepare people through social protection programs? And secondly, you know, how can we integrate it in urban planning? How can we integrate it with health institutions that play a key role in helping local people, but also helping governments? Over to you, Christina.
I think it should be working.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming back after that great lunch. And thanks for the questions, Rita, and for having me. So as I was saying this morning, I come from the Center for Disaster Protection, and we are an organization that fundamentally looks at finance and prearranged finance to help better respond to disasters and plan for finance and for response before something happens. But when preparing for this session, I didn't want to just talk about finance. So you mentioned social protection, and we have started using what is called adaptive social protection. So in our field, this is the new buzzword, adaptive social protection, for many risks, not just for health. And I wanted to maybe just start by saying that adaptive social protection is also still social protection. And its functions, that's why we call it adaptive, maybe setting how we see those functions working. One, to enhance social protection schemes to be a delivery channel for rapid assistance during an event, in this case, heat waves. So delivery channel, strengthening that delivery channel. The second thing, social protection can be a mechanism to compensate for income losses, for example. So particularly the income losses we're talking about in case of informal or outdoor workers. Thirdly, we have worked to design social protection schemes to be systems that scale temporarily up, so vertical scaling, or horizontally. So either they include more people than the base of any social protection registry would, or they top up some of the benefits that they pay in a given time, because the very poor or the very vulnerable need that top up because of an event happening. And lastly, social protection is also a platform for reaching those people more effectively. So we're talking about adaptive social protection because it's the best vehicle to not reinvent an instrument, not reinvent the wheel, but use what's actually working to reach the low-income and vulnerable groups. So, you know, to address these 4 dimensions, I thought that today I can talk about some themes that are emerging around extreme heat and that touch on social protection. First of all, I mentioned this morning that social protection is an invisible peril, and I stand by that still. But it's a peril that impacts groups differently, and the impacts are very different as well. So, for example, informal workers can experience direct income losses through heat waves. Outdoor workers can face productivity reductions, but also simply forced work stoppage. Low-income households can also face losses, and they have maybe no savings or little savings to absorb recurrent shocks. And then we have women and marginalized groups that face, as we've discussed, disproportionate impacts. I'm mentioning all this because you know, social protection schemes or adaptive social protection schemes can cover some of these direct but also indirect effects. So when we talk about the poor, the ones that are already beneficiaries from these systems, topping up what goes to them is a very good measure to help them temporarily go through hardship because of heat waves. But then we also have the people who are just above the poverty line, but that are very threatened to fall under the poverty line if something happens. And that's what we call horizontal scaling, so including them in the group of people that would be otherwise covered. And for example, this could be the working population. And to reach them, there are 2 ways. We can reach them directly, and we'll talk tomorrow in a technical session about microinsurance and you know, insurance pilots that have tried just that to reach these groups of workers, but also we can reach them through their employer. So an indirect form of social protection is if the employer continues to pay their salaries while the factory, for example, is closed because of safety measures given there is a heat wave. And we've seen you know, governments around the world doing this in COVID, and it was seen as a very good innovation. It cost those governments a lot of money because they had to sustain it for months in a row. Here, we might not be talking about months in a row, we might be talking about weeks or days in a row, but that the fact that there is no discontinuation in those contracts for workers is very important, and it's critical for them to maintain their livelihood. So that could be an indirect way to use social protection. And so the employer could be insured, quote out of quote, and they could touch the benefits, but then they have to obey by, and that's where the governance comes in again, and governments, by laws, labor laws, and safety measures that should be adapted to where they operate, right? A 40 degrees Celsius temperature could be a reason to close down a factory in one area, or in another area it could be 45 degrees or vice versa. So, you know, adapting to localized needs and to localized impacts is also very, very important. Maybe one last thing is what happens after some social protection benefits are distributed in this direct or indirect manner. We've seen some examples, there is some evidence where they are coped with risk reduction measures. For example, the beneficiaries of compensation could be also asked that in exchange they do some prevention measures. So for example, they could be given subsidies for energy efficient cooling, or they could be given vouchers for installing cool roof facilities, or you know, they could be reached with heat awareness messaging and occupational safety measures. So they also have a role to play. It's just about responsibilizing the employers, but also the employees and the beneficiaries, that they can contribute in a small amount maybe, but to reduce a bit the impact of heat. So maybe, not to take too much time, because I hope we'll come back to this again, I want to finish with the key lessons and kind of summarize what I just said. We really, really believe we should stay away from an instrument-led approach. So I'm not talking about just one social protection scheme or way of working. I'm not talking about just insurance. I think we have to look at the problem that each group is facing, and in the place where they are facing it, to design the solution for it. We really are believers in building on what works and existing systems, so scaling those up is critical so that we gain time. There are existing registries, for example, where farmers, where vulnerable groups are registered, so already starting there is a good first step to not go from zero. Third, it's very important to have a long-term view. So any solution that we will talk about today, and we'll give examples of maybe some more, needs some long-term view, needs some sustainability, or else we will fall in this going back to square one after something that hasn't worked, has been piloted. So sustainable pathways are critical. I would say 4 is to recognize that this is a chronic risk. So we are very used to working with disasters where we can calculate probability of occurrence. As I said this morning, I'm an actuary. I really like that. But here we might be talking about 100% probability of occurrence, and also an increased severity. So how do you deal with the risk like that with financial solutions that are sustainable? And lastly, critically, center vulnerable people and their lived experience and their lived needs. And going back to these localized solutions that we were talking about in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for those wonderful points. And I think I'm very pleased that you raised the issue of linking into long-term risk reduction measures, particularly subsidies for cooling. You know, that was my question when I met the British High Commission colleagues 2 weeks or 3 weeks back, saying that, do we have something like that, that the government of UK usually has very strict systems for ensuring that there is energy saving measures installed in your home. You can measure it yourself, how much energy you're saving, how much leakage is there. Those systems are very strong and tight in UK. And do we have an equivalent, or can we have an equivalent for heat management in our homes as well, to see how natural cooling processes are increased? Is there something that can be done? So that approach of not only for low-income households, but also high-income households, so that in the end they will save energy, right? If they use those kind of passive cooling methods as well. So can that be introduced? So thanks for bringing that up. I think our next speaker is. I'd like to hand over now, I think, to John Abo John, I've known you for some time now, and I'm quite familiar with ADPC's work across Asia. But I don't think this question is about how heat waves can be effectively integrated into emergency preparedness frameworks. Because most countries know this is episodic, it's only for a few days, and so it doesn't fit into the systemic preparedness that we have annually for, floods, cyclones, and things like that. So how do we, and then the other thing is that they are slow onset, right? And finally, all about heat waves is about technology-driven early warning systems. But how can communities, and indigenous knowledge be better integrated into heat plans? Because that's something we tend to overlook when we talk a lot of technology. We cut ourselves blind to what people have been doing for ages together, and not understanding how they have been coping it, So it'll be very interesting to hear from you. Over to you, John.
All right, thank you very much for that question. I think those are very relevant questions. Again, I'm John Abo. I'm based in Bangkok, in Thailand, from the Asian Disaster Preparedness, specifically leading the unit of emergency preparedness and health risk management. So I'll address the question in two parts. One is looking at the preparedness frameworks and, of course, the role of early warning systems, specifically at the community level. And the second part is looking at more on the resilience side. I think those are an important part of what we do, our work in preparedness in ADPC, is to look at not only as a piece-by-piece thing on preparedness, response, recovery, but looking at the overall resilience as a long-term. So preparedness frameworks needs to move out from just a reacting to a sudden shock, but to more of managing a more sustained risk like heat. Lucky for us, heat is a hazard that is predictable, is seasonal. So therefore, systems needs to have predefined triggers for actions. Predefined triggers that are linked to health, linked to labor, linked to social protection actions. And this needs to be embedded in planning and budgeting processes of institutions. So in preparedness as well, the communities also play a vital role. And when we look at heat, early warning systems for heat, specifically community-based, these are some of the buzzwords: community-based, locally led actions, anticipatory action or early action. These are kind of the new things. So in early messages or knowledge from the communities are critical for early warning systems to be actionable. I think that's important. The early warning systems needs to embed all these local knowledges, because most often local communities detects early those impacts of heat before any formal systems do, right? Whether it's a change in work patterns, attendance in schools, or maybe a change in consumption of water, whether it's in the community or it's in the individual households. So I think those are some of the important things that needs to be considered in early warning systems in the community. Wherein, the early warning systems needs to embed this so that planning at the local level and how you communicate those early warning messages to the community become more actionable. Early warning systems, if communities are engaged, early warning systems are trusted. Most of the problem in early warning systems is that early warning messages comes, but nobody act on it, right? So I think the issue also of how do we transform scientific information wherein we convert it into a very simplified form down to the community so that they can act on it. Okay? How do we bridge that? From a simple, for example, there's a heat of this much, then you need to drink water. Do we stop that? Or with this much, this is the effect. Okay? There is what we call forecast-based early warning systems. Instead of just saying what will happen, but adding on it another layer, which what will be the impact so that communities can actually act early. Another area that I would like to focus on is on the resilience of health systems. One of the key areas that also related to early warning is on surveillance, right? Public health surveillance. So we cannot manage what we do not measure. I think that's important. In many settings, heat-related illnesses, mortality are underreported or misclassified. So health systems needs to have what we call syndromic surveillance for heat-related illness. So this will enable us for early detection of abnormal spikes. It needs to have improved mortality attribution system so that it can have an accurate understanding of heats through burden and integration of climate and health data so that temperature thresholds link directly to preparedness actions. So when surveillance systems are strengthened, heat response shifts from reactive to preventive. I think those are some of the key areas that we need to really highlight that, moving from being just reacting to what's happening, but having information in advance so that we can act early before the actual impact happen. I think that's the key message for this early warning, surveillance, early action, etc. So data systems are the first line of defense in building resilience. Okay, we need to understand it first. Another critical area for health systems resilience is the role of primary health care, which is the front line of health systems resilience. So primary health care is the backbone of systemic resilience. So frontline health workers are often the first to detect and respond to, heat exhaustion, complications in elderly, or whether increased risk of pregnant women. Strengthen primary health care systems. We need to look at how do we train primary health care workers to recognize early warning signs. So those are very simple, but very effective. Conducting targeted outreach to high-risk groups in the community as frontline workers, and integrating heat considerations into chronic disease management. So in primary, if the primary care is strong, communities are protected before hospitals get overwhelmed. I think those are the critical areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I'm handing over now to, now I have to read your name. It's Ashok Gajil, is it correct? From the Goldman School of Public Policy, UC Berkeley, and coming with the presentation. I ask you to be a bit sharp, that we still have 4 further participants to present, and talking about how to protect labor from heat. Is this correct? Most welcome.
Right. Thank you very much. May I have the first slide, please? This is a complex presentation, and without slides, it is like trying to teach calculus without a blackboard, right? So I have slides, and I'm looking for the first one. There we go. So it has 2 parts. Part 1 is about advancing the heat index to protect laboring workers, given that about 350 million Indians are sun-exposed, earning their bread. There are common heat indices to try to estimate what is the heat stress. And I list 3 of them, but there are a couple of dozen of them. All of them have some shortcoming, and none of them are applicable to laboring workers. First one is wet bulb temperature or wet bulb global temperature. The red X means these indices don't care for those particular attributes. The green dot means they do care for it. So wet bulb temperature doesn't care for the items that are identified, and it does contain a way to incorporate sunlight, but the trigger point is wrong. The second one is the NOAA heat index, which is used by weather departments throughout the world. And it doesn't do any of those things. It doesn't include working in sunlight. It doesn't include higher metabolic heat generation, and it underestimates the heat stress for high heat and humidity. And then there was something tried to fix the heat index called extended heat index that came out of UC Berkeley, in fact, out of my colleagues. And they fixed the really important point, which was about a high humidity, which is that at high humidity, sweat will begin to drip off the skin. All other heat indices assume that all sweat evaporates and provides cooling. That doesn't happen if you are in Chennai or Calcutta. In summertime, you just get wetter and wetter. So they corrected for that, but then there are still two shortcomings left. Next slide, please. So we developed something called EHI for Extended Heat Index -N, where N is a metric for metabolic equivalent of task, or MET level. It's an internationally understood measure of how hard is your metabolic effort. If you are sleeping, then you are at MET 1. If you are walking in the shade on the level ground, you are at MET 3. If you are pushing a heavy cart on a level street, you are at MET 6. If you are an athlete trying to dash 100 meter, you are at maybe MET 10, because you are now exhausting yourself. You are going to be short of oxygen at the end of your run. So we picked two different levels, MET 3 and MET 6, and called it EHI-N. N is going to be changed. And then the star means sun is shining on you, on top of it. You are in direct sunlight. You are maybe pushing a cart, a heavy cart in the sun, okay? Or digging a ditch. You are an agricultural worker. So those three symbols show the one person walking in the shade, second one in the middle row is digging a ditch, and the last one is actually digging a ditch in the sun. So that is a EHI 6 star, okay? So depending on the amount of effort that you are making, the N will change from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. And if you are in the sun or not, the star will go on or off. Star means you are in sunlight. So it's very straightforward. The slides will be available on the NDMA website, I'm sure. Next slide, please. So now, given the state in which one individual is, what EHI-N and a star or not star, the physiological response to temperature and humidity can be divided, for simplicity, into just 6 different zones. And I'm going to be now talking only about those zones, because we don't want to go into gory detail, but the zones are color indicated at the bottom of the slide. The blue, which you don't see on the map at all, is when you are really freezing. You're in the Arctic or Antarctic or in the Himalayas or Alps, and you are wearing multiple thick layers of clothing. The next one, which is green, is when you are wearing full sleeve clothing, maybe a light sweater, but you are still cool. The next one, yellow, which means it's pleasant, short sleeve is fine. You are not sweating yet, it's all okay. By the time you go to the next one, which is zone 4, you are beginning to sweat, your heart pulse has risen, you are vasodilated slightly to get more blood to the skin surface so that the heat will be rejected. All the effort now is for the body to keep the core temperature at 37. Now you go to the next one, which is red. That's when you are maximally vasodilated. You are sweating at the maximum possible rate. You are constricting your internal organ blood flow so that you can pump more blood to the outside. You are at the limits of your body's capacity to cool. And you're at the end of whatever you could do to stay at 37 degrees Celsius core temperature. And by the time you go into the purple zone, your ability to reject body heat is exhausted, and your core temperature is beginning to rise. And as the core temperature rises from 37 to 39 to 40, you experience heat illness. At 42, you are susceptible to heat stroke. At 45, heat death. And how fast will that happen is shown in the shades of purple on the vertical bar on the extreme right-hand side as to how fast the core temperature will rise, because we can do the building heat model of the body. All these results are already peer-reviewed and published, except for the high metabolic heat rate and except for the sunlight. In terms of the extended heat index, it is published back from 2019 to 2024, multiple papers. And we map onto them if you are without sunlight and if you are low metabolic effort. So this is what we are talking about for temperatures and humidities. Next slide, please. This is the map of India showing you the same June 2024. The left-hand side shows the conditions of for India flagged by simple temperature-based heat stress. And the middle map shows the conditions of India for workers who are still in the shade. They are doing EHI 3. They are in the shade and they are doing light work. But now we begin to take humidity into account. And nobody is hitting the purple zone yet except some tip of West Bengal. By the time you go from EHI 3 to EHI 6 star on the right-hand side map, most of India is covered in red and some in purple, except some very north ends of Kashmir, which are still in green. So we argue that not only you're right that what we can't measure, we can't control, but what we measure wrong will also screw up people and kill them. So this is June 2024. Now, next slide, please. So you could say, so what? So we built a website called Shram, and the website is simply shram.info. And if you go to that website, every single district of India on its current temperature and humidity as published by the IMD is turned into a color according to whether you choose EHI 3 or EHI 4 or EHI 5 or 6, and whether you toggle on sunlight or toggle it off. And you'll get a district-wise map of India that is color-coded that will tell you what's the condition of India at any current moment based on IMD data. Not only that, using the data that's available for 7 days in advance, we are able to tell you what will that district be 7 days from now, by the hour. And you have a way to sign up to get an alert in your email. All this is free, University of California, Berkeley. Alert for any district of your choice, for any of the trigger points, zone 5 or zone 6. We'll send you an email saying, look out, this is in the hot zone. So the very top, you see 5 different topics. And I'm now on the fourth topic, which is the Shram website, which encompasses all of this work and makes it available to you, either as just to look into the technical documents, or the QR code map will take you to the technical support documents. And the Shram website will let you register to gain the sites. The website is still not optimized for cell phones. It still works only on laptops. I'm sorry, we were rushed to come here. And that's where I'm going to stop, because there is a whole bunch of things on policy implications of how this could be folded to protect actually laboring workers, 35 crores of us. But we have to leave it out for now for shortage of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot for the presentation, and it was extremely interesting. I think a lot to take out of it. I'm now handing over to Ms. Ritu Bharadwaj. I hope it's correctly pronounced. Director Climate Resilience, International Institute for Environment and Development. I think talking a bit about action plans, how they have to be amended, etc.
Okay, and I also wear another hat. I'm IPCC lead author for Chapter 5, which is loss and damage, and also coordinating lead author for the cross-chapter paper on least developed countries. So a lot of my work is in the least developed country, but India is my homeland. So I try to keep doing a lot of research, which keeps me back to the country, not because India needs it. So anyway, so this is a research, some of the early results from a research which we will be publishing in March, but it is about where we looked at the both physical and mental health impact of heat stress on workers, both outdoor as well as indoor. And these are like very, very preliminary results. Can I move it from here? Yeah. So, I think Rita, ma'am, you mentioned in the beginning that heat stress or any type of climatic impact is not equal on everyone within the same community. There are women, there are marginalized communities, there are people with disabilities and so on. So that's why we developed, so this whole research is based on a toolkit we developed called CSIC, Comprehensive Climate Impact Quantification. We use a 3P approach, predisposing, precipitating, protective factor. Why predisposing? Because everyone, so we look at a lot of dimensions, social, economic, and other factors, and then layer the precipitating factor that climate impact brings about. It helps in attribution, and especially when you're trying to prove why, trying to get some climate funds. So here, this slide only shows you the data for the outdoor workers, but if you look at, we'll be publishing that paper in March, but if you look at the difference between the health impact on outdoor and indoor, is not a huge difference. Because, exactly, sweating is a big issue, ventilation is a big issue. But very clearly, you can see we have divided the health impact into 3 types. One is heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke. And I think people from medical background would understand more of these distinctions. But you will see clearly 50% of the outdoor workers were facing. And these are the number of days on which heat-related illnesses was suffered, close to around 24, 25 days. Again, the percentage of outdoor workers availing heat treatment, close to 60%. And that too, this is for the severe ones, is close to 60%. And then this is the number of working days which a person or a worker is losing on an average, which is close to, if you look all the 3, in terms of absent from work, reduced efficiency, and work site-related extreme heat illnesses. Overall, it comes to around 24, 25 days. So, and this is the level of income they lose. I just wanted to show you all of this because this is just a snapshot. We'll be coming out more about both the physical and mental health impact. But I wanted to show you this slide because it's not something which is going to be at this level. These heat stress is only going to increase, and this is evidence from this graph which I'm showing here, which shows how it's not just heat, but just disaster intensity and frequency in developing states and LDCs are going up. Clearly, it has gone up tremendously in the last decade itself. Now, social protection program was discussed here and was mentioned a couple of times. This is something that we, clearly it's not just about immediate cash transfer, immediate food aid, or immediate voucher support. We need to look at it from two framework. And this is an early action intervention framework we have developed through social protection program. In fact, some of our early work was in India with MGNREGS program, it's a rural employment guarantee program, but it's also world's largest social protection program. And there we worked out how the same program could be used on these two frameworks. And this is the same framework we've used to see how social protection program, along with informal labor market reform, can be used to provide both anticipatory response in terms, in response to an early warning, and second, longer term resilience. And I'm not going to take you through all of this, but basically what we really need to aim for is creating that absorptive resilience so that people are able to absorb and come back from it. Adaptive, because you just don't want them to come back from that heat stress or a disaster, come back better. And transformative resilience, because we don't want to keep them exposed to those kind of impact all the time. So you need to, at some point, build the resilience so that they are beyond that vulnerability threshold. So how did we do this? So this is not something theoretical. We've been working with 8 countries, including India. And the way we do it is by, and I also heard Christina mention that we don't want to create a parallel system. We want to build on what's already there. And if we start creating parallel system, where do we stop? There's heat stress, there's drought, there's sea level rise, everything. So what we are trying to do is to look at the diagnostic of existing policy systems and delivery mechanism. What are the gaps in them? What are the opportunities? How do we fill them? But even before we reach there, we need to understand what the gaps are. So we developed something called, can we go to the next, please? Yeah. Something called Aspire Toolkit. So it's a self-diagnostic toolkit. Of course, the toolkit is out there. Anyone can use this. We use a very objective system of 37 indicators at policy and systems level and at program domain level where the delivery of these programs happens. There are about 33 indicators looking at policy objectives, innovation, how the risk definition is done, how the target specification is done, and so on. Next, please. So the purpose is to understand the gaps and opportunities, estimate what financial, because not all the gaps need finances to bridge them. So what financial, technical, and other resources are needed to address those gaps, which stakeholder is going to contribute what resource, then trying to bring people together. We call them Aspire Roadmap Building Exercise. We have, including India, next please. We have done it for 8 countries, which include, of course, Uganda, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and a couple of other African countries. And this basically what it does is the report is out there, next please. But what it gives you a dashboard in the end. So I'm just given a very small snapshot of that dashboard for India. India was among those 8 countries, and within each of those countries, we picked up 3 social protection programs, a cash transfer, a food aid, and a public works-based social protection program. And in fact, India was one of the better performing, followed by Ethiopia, Malawi, and Uganda. And there are other countries where social protection program, and why we needed this Aspire toolkit, because if you look at countries, different countries have different level of social. We can't say social protection program. You go to Burkina Faso, there is almost negligible social protection. You come to India, a fairly good social protection program. But India has kind of, it has a lot of good things out there. You have this jam trinity. You have mobile penetration. You have internet everywhere. You can easily provide early warning system. You have an Aadhaar-based social registry. So if you look at that 79%, it's a fairly good number that we gave, based on that objective assessment. You have a very good policy objective because you see not many countries have rights-based entitlements. You have a MGNREGS right-based, you have a food aid, which is right-based, you have this, I forget this name, this health card, which is also, and many of these, there is also this health, which gives you this card where you can, Ayushman Bharat. So you can, all of these programs are portable, and that portability has not been achieved in many countries. But of course, you will see there are some system gaps as well, which needs to be plugged in. And, you know, very quickly, I'll take you through quick snapshot, just like Professor Gadgil. See, because sometimes you do need to show. So within these, we categorize them into two things, two types of intervention. Intervention that require financial and technical assistance, and intervention that require policy changes. Policy changes do not need any money. The bill from government, and I'm pretty sure the government in India, we've been working very closely with rural development, agriculture, and other ministries. So these are some of the red ones are where these programs where through the Aspire assessment we found was not missing, and the green where we found they were present. Again, intervention that require policy changes, but what I really wanted to show you was this. So how much does it cost to bring about an integration and climate risk in social registry? You have an Aadhaar, like you have a full Aadhaar registry. But do you know within the Aadhaar, if you open the database, does government know that which, very quickly, just two more slides. So do you really know that which region or which geography is most exposed to which type of climatic impact? And the government should already have, the moment it reaches this trigger, this and these households would be exposed. So you need to provide them support. So some of the ways in which this can be bridged, and these are the financial resources we, of course, we have estimated for India as well. But why I wanted to show you this, people typically say that social protection is not business or is not value for money. And the value for money is here with just $237 million investment in these 8 countries, you can make $62 billion of investment, also deliver climate resilience. And you know, so we also estimated some of the cost benefit. So I showed you those 2 frameworks there. So I'll just straight away go here. So if you see that if the same existing social protection programs were to be implemented without any changes, the losses that would be suffered by, can you go back please, would be suffered by the community would be would be around 98%. But if you invested in 2 things, early direct benefit transfer, for every $1, the government would reap a benefit of $2 in avoided losses. And for every $1 invested in early resilience, the government can reap a benefit of $5. Why? We did some benefit exceedance probability as well. But overall in those 8 countries, 1 in 20, we have that estimate for other type of disasters as well, but for 1 in 20 years disaster, these countries can face up to $21 billion of losses. But for India, it comes to around 11 billion. But with just $2 billion of investment, that resilience can be built, or those losses can be avoided. But if you let the existing social protection program be used, then that same 11 billion will have to be dealt with in a later investment of around 48 billion. So this is basically, I just wanted to leave you with this slide where community is already doing this through the last mile delivery, where we have something called Climate Sathi approach. Women are delivering early warning, early action, and through disaster support. But this is in MGNREGS program.
Thanks a lot, Ritu. Handing over to Dilip Mavalanka from the Indian Institute of Public Health in Gandhinagar. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was feeling very bad that, can I have my slides? I had 7 slides instead of 3 to 5, but after her presentation, now I feel good. I'm not that bad. Can I have the next slide? I first want to acknowledge, is my slides coming up? Yeah, thank you. All the partners, this work has been done, not the death work, but the work has been done in Ahmedabad over last 14 years with all these partners. NRDC is there, Public Health Institute is there are many others who have contributed. I want to give you the first message that counting death and mortality is the bread and butter of public health. And it is not a rocket science. Please see this slide. In 1664-65, the London government, at that time, London had population of 200,000, counted all deaths every week, printed and published that on every Wednesday. And the Wednesday before Christmas, this was published for the whole years. So it's not rocket science. You can do it even now. It is very, very simple, and I'll come to it. This is more recent, France 2003 heat wave. The data shows that as the temperature maximum went up from 30 degrees, the upper blue line, to 35 degrees, just 5 degrees higher, the excess mortality in France went from 0, which is no excess, to almost 2,200 deaths every day excess mortality in France. This is all from published papers. So now we come to the challenges. Why death recording is difficult? First of all, lack of understanding of mortality registration, value of mortality registration. What is mortality registration? How powerful is the analysis of mortality? And the London mortality slide was created or was being done because of plague epidemics. I have no time to explain to you. So as a nation, we somehow don't even bother to record a death, analyze why that person died, and properly, systematically report them. Second is our systems are weak. Britishers created the system of death and birth registration in India, and each city, I'm sure, if you go back to your own city, have death and birth registration, but it is just seen as a certificate giving for property transfer or school admission, etc. The statistical analysis part is really, really missing. Then non-availability and non-use of mortality data. Any data which you don't register or don't use, it becomes dysfunctional. People write anything. I have put in red lack of administrative and political will to make death data and its analysis public. Data is there, but somehow our politicians, administrators are very afraid to say that how many people died. And I'll come to it in the next slide. Fortunately, last 4 or 5 years, National Center for Disease Control of Dr. Akash is here, Dr. Purvi, who was there, is there, had developed a good, first on paper and now online data registration and surveillance system for all health-related deaths and hospitalizations in India. Currently, it is only for public hospitals, but can be extended to private hospitals and home deaths. Now, what are the challenges of calling a death because of heat? It is not that easy, because almost Ahmedabad data shows that 90% of the death during the heat wave are not certified as heat death, because heat is a contributing factor. The person is already old, has some comorbidity. We don't take core body temperatures, and what you need is a very simple thermometer. It's not very nice, but doctors have to do it, rectal thermometer. You have to measure temperature through the rectum to find out whether the core body, because if you have put ice on the person, the body surface temperature may be normal. The circumstances of death and detailed history, how the person died, where the person died, what was the temperature at that time, needs to be very critically obtained, which our busy hospitals and busy and sometimes not so busy people are clinicians are not bothered to write, and public health agencies don't make them write. So that is another reason why we miss. And there are, even if you do an autopsy, there is not very clear indication, there is no pathological simple test or autopsy test which will definitely tell you whether. So it is a circumstantial evidence and ruling out all other causes. So that is how you can register. It's not rocket science, can be done if people are little meticulous and have time. Now what can be done? What can be done is, short term, is to count all deaths from each crematorium and burial grounds on daily basis. We have done it in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad has 50 crematoriums and burial grounds together. You have to just evening or next day morning ask every crematorium to report how many bodies are burned, and just total those 50 numbers, then correlate and see whether it is related to temperature. And I'll show you in the next slide what we did. And I would even say that as IMD does or AQI is published in the newspaper, can we not make it mandatory that each city must publish how many deaths happened yesterday in that city? as we publish the temperature, humidity, many other things. If suppose IMD never published temperature, we would never have heat wave. We would be very happy saying, if AQI was not published, we would be very happy that Delhi is the best city to live. So unless, and two people, I don't want to repeat, said, unless you measure, you can't improve. Of course, then you can have long-term measurement and develop something like bills of mortality or annual, weekly and annual death registration reports. Computerization of all that is being done in many places, and if those records are made available to universities or researchers, they can do it. The best practice, I want to end by showing you just one slide from Maricopa County in Arizona, where Phoenix is located, which are the maximum deaths. And you will see the red top graphs, you can't read it, but it is from 2014 to 2024, the mortality
just looking
going
at
up.
the time,
This is the last
wrap up. Thank you.
The last corner, I just wanted to highlight, more than half deaths happen on moderately hot days, not on very extremely hot days in Maricopa County. Finally, this is what we could do in Ahmedabad, given the gross mortality data, 2010 heat wave on 21st of May. Instead of 100 deaths, when the temperature went to 47 degrees, there were 310 deaths recorded. So simple statistics can show you a lot. Thank you very much. And that led to, this is a picture from Ahmedabad, where much more greenery is now seen after the heat action plan work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilep. Handing over right away to Yogendra Samant from Occupational Safety and Health Specialist, International Labour Organization. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. As they're putting up the slideshow, maybe I just say, I arrived in Delhi 4 months ago, and I'm bracing to the heat in Delhi coming up 40, 45 degrees in March, April perhaps, because 3 decades of my life have gone in Norway, in Scandinavia, and it's coming back here. So it'll be interesting. Well, thank you so much to Mr. Bharadwaj, Ms. Srivastava, Chair, Co-Chair for the invitation. It is deeply appreciated. I will take less time than most people. So, you know, I wanted to say that extreme heat is now a human capital, workplace safety, and governance issue. And across India and South Asia, temperatures are affecting how long and how safely people can work. And heat exposure, as many of colleagues have said here, will reduce work capacity, productivity, it increases illness, and will threaten livelihoods. So especially those in small enterprises and in the informal workforce. The question, therefore, is, it is not that whether heat is going to increase. Rather, the question is, how will we govern and organize the protection of workers who are exposed to this heat? Globally, about 2.4 billion workers are exposed to excessive heat each year. And the numbers are showing themselves. This is from the Heat and Work report of the ILO from 2 years ago. Importantly, in this report, they indicated, the authors, most exposure does not occur during heat waves. It occurs on normal days, like you were saying, 35 degrees and ahead. So as the temperature rises, this becomes not just an episodic thing, it's a systemic exposure to the workers. And the implications for India, therefore, are significant, and South Asia in particular, too. In India, a large majority of workers are in the informal economy, 80–85% perhaps. Many work in small towns and small enterprises, street vendors, small manufacturing units, and in tier 1 cities, the delivery riders, the Zomatos and the Blinkits, if you may, and they work in environments with tin roofs, limited ventilation, long working hours in high of the heat. So heat exposure is intensified by humidity, limited ventilation, radiant heat, and the physical workload, that is the work intensity. So some of these temperature thermometers, WBGT includes that, but Dr. Gargill's is even better, of course. So for these workers, stopping work is not often possible. It's not reasonable either. They need the income, right? So therefore, protection must be affordable, it must be practical, and it must be workplace-based. It must be workplace-based. So this is where occupational safety and health has something to offer, okay, as a framework. But before I go into that, I really want to congratulate NDMA. I went through the last year's proceeding, and the early warning systems and the heat action plans are an amazing thing that India is doing. So the next frontier, if I may say that, is translating these early warning to workplace level action. Because I did study some of the heat action plans, but I didn't see that translation. So when an alert is issued, perhaps it should trigger adjustments at work hours, providing shade and water and protective measures, especially in informal settings, in small towns. But early warning systems really need to link to labor and workplace response. At the workplace, as I said, ILO has a solution. It's called an occupational health and safety strategic management or risk management tool. And some of my people here, doctors might know, it's called the hierarchy of controls. It's a risk management approach that we use to, skip that. It's called the hierarchy of controls. We use it to contain exposure, be it noise at work, be it chemicals at work, or heat at work. And what is that? In simple terms, to manage heat at work, we follow the hierarchy. You see, the elimination at the top, we cannot eliminate the sun, of course, right? But we prioritize. At the top is elimination, but the heat is often means that we could avoid or stop working. When there is a red alert that comes up, you can stop working. Next is the engineering controls, which are much more feasible and practical. That's where you have the shade, the ventilation, the fans. Then you go to the next one on the pyramid, and those are administrative controls and work practices. So you could change working schedules. The heaviest of the manual work could be done in the mornings or in the afternoons, have rest and rest and work cycles scheduled. And the last one, which is the most intuitive one, which is PPE, personal protective equipment. So hats and goggles and clothing. But the simple solution here is to reduce exposure at the highest level. You try to eliminate the hazard of the exposure. And the least effective one is actually what is intuitive to people, which is hats and goggles and sunscreens. And it is true for everything, and there is evidence on it. And the hierarchy of controls is embedded in Convention 155, which is now ILO's fundamental write-in convention since 2022. So it's embedded in that. The principle is simple. To reduce exposure through environment and organizational work measures is much more effective prevention than to just focus on the PPE. And this takes us to my conclusion. So let me close with 3 simple messages here, 3+ perhaps. So and that is the rewash principle. And what does that tell us? The hierarchy of controls gave you the framework. The rewash is an operationalization of the same in real workplaces. It is rest and safe work hours, which is an administrative control. Shade, that is an engineering control. Providing water is, again, basic physiological protection, but again, an administrative control. And then safe work hours plus the PPE, the personal protective equipment. So they're structured to be affordable risk controls that can be used everywhere, in small towns, for informal workers, and strong workplace protection reduces health expenditure and social insurance. So that's important, social adaptive insurance, but it's secondary prevention. We have to control the exposures. So it's not just physically smart, but also morally right to focus on primary prevention. And my last slide, Jared.
Oh, but we really have to move.
Yeah, I began by saying extreme heat is human capital, workplace safety, and governance challenge. India has lived with heat India has lived with heat for centuries and civilizations. You know, we have had the Harappa water tanks and the step wells as adaptation measures, perhaps climate resilience or climate governance measures. What we need today, and what is new today, is the intensity of heat. The intensity of heat. And what we need then is collective measures, all the technologies offered here in this panel, the knowledge, and apply it in the workplaces. And all of you talked about, you know, shade and water and social protection. So rewash plus in every workplace. And that is how we will perhaps protect our workers better. And that is right about that, Jared. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the presentation, Dr. Yogendra, and handing over again to Rita.
As you can notice, I'm sitting the edge of my seat, which means we're really late. So we still have 4 discussants. I will request them to be very brief, 30 seconds interventions maybe from the floor. We have from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Akash Srivastav, followed by Ms. Swati from the Department of Science and Tech, followed by Dr. Mishra from National Rain-Fed Area Authority, Ministry of Agriculture, and finally we have Dr. Ritu Parchure from Prayas Energy Group, Pune. May I just call on these discussants to speak very briefly. If you have microphones, please, I would request that the microphones are immediately handed over to them. I'm sorry to take, pressure you for to be very brief, but please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, NDMA, for inviting us to this platform. Heat is a big concern, of course, for the context of health. And we at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare have been very concerned about the way heat has been affecting the health. As of now, the 2 major concerns that the ministry has is first, helping to understand and diagnose the condition of heat stroke, and asking our clinicians, our medical officers to correctly recognize the condition. As Professor Mavalankar very rightly pointed out, it is not a condition that can be diagnosed with a laboratory test or an imaging technique. And this is a big problem of today, where doctors have overtly become dependent on technology for diagnosis. They try to stay safe and not put a diagnosis if it cannot be concluded with a laboratory or an imaging technique. That makes it difficult to not get a diagnosed case of heat stroke. But helping the doctors understand this and enabling them to put the diagnosis, and then reporting those cases on the surveillance system that we have put in place is a big challenge that we are working on. Also, as Dr. Mavalankar said, we've been right now working with health facilities which are in the public sector on 48,000 public healthcare facilities across the country report every summers on this portal system about the heat stroke cases and related deaths. But we are also welcoming the private sector to join this network of reporting, and are hopeful that they all join us in this effort. The second challenge that we have is working towards the management of the cases who are affected by heat. Specifically, heat stroke is a life-threatening condition. We have a 30-minute window to save the person. It's important for us to see that the ambulances are geared up to give the right rapid cooling procedures right on the field when they find a case. Recognizing the patient and giving the right first aid of rapid cooling is what we are working towards. And then also that all the public health facilities as of now have an identified beds with the suitable technologies to be able to diagnose and address the management of such cases with the right rapid cooling technology. The concern of heat and ISIS that was bought out is, of course, is a matter of concern. We continue today to be dependent on the heat wave forecast that the Indian Meteorological Department provides us. And we also look forward in India developing more better indices that can be used to understand the consequence of heat on health. The method of excess death that Professor Mavalankar identified is also a thing in our mind, but right now we are more concerned of trying to at least ensure that the doctors are able to put in place heat stroke related deaths. At least that can they can say with confidence that it was a heat related. And then also work with other organizations like the Registrar General of India so that the death data was available for such analysis. The last thing of our interest is infrastructure, climate resilience infrastructure for the healthcare buildings. These patients during the heat days have to spend their time in these hospitals and in these facilities. It's also important that there is a cooling system in these hospitals to keep the building cool when such critical patients, not only the ones affected by heat, but chronic patients that come here for treatment. So ensuring that these hospitals are heat resilient is also a matter of challenge, and I request the organizations that work on climate resilient infrastructure to also pay attention for the healthcare infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Swati, Department of Science and Tech, please can you, other discussants also I would request them to identify themselves so we can reach them with microphones, and I'd again request you to be brief, please.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Thank you, NDMA, for giving the opportunity for, speaking in this platform. Department of Science and Technology is working towards expanding science and tech ecosystem for the country. Particularly, I'm looking into the climate change program, which is implementing 2 national missions, which are part of the India's National Action Plan on Climate Change. Under Strategic Knowledge in Climate Change, DST had a network of projects. We are basically supporting institutes and building up capacity and undertaking research projects where we are trying to understand what are the implications of the climate change. One of them had been on health, and in that heat and VBDs, vector-borne diseases, had been one of the network program that was initiated. And there had been very insightful knowledge which had come up, and we had expanded on the program, and now we, as part of the, as a part of the whole of government approach, we are on board with Ministry of Health and NCDC particularly to expand the work on the research part related to the human health and climate change. Particularly, I wanted to say, the climate change program, which is handling the 2 national missions, are working towards building adaptive capacity. So under that, we have undertook one vulnerability assessment, which also had climate, which had mapped the vulnerability across 680 districts of India, and we have had one work which was related to risk and had 2 hazards which had been mapped. And now they are part of the bigger resilience, framework which is being designed by Ministry of Environment related to a national adaptation plan, which is going to be coming up soon for India. I think these are some of the insights which have come up. I think in addition to the implementation part, research and putting in efforts in the research is also equally important. Just to bring to the notice of the platform, these 2 are some of the insights which I wanted to share with the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swati. Dr. Mishra, please. Dr. Mishra, can we hand over the microphone, please? And our next, Dr. Ritu, you are sitting. Thank you. That's good to know. Quickly, sir, Dr. Mishra.
Good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Anil Kumar Mishra, Technical Expert, Water Management in National Rainfed Area Authority, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. As far as the heat problems are concerned regarding to the crops, basically they are as susceptible as human beings. And in a large part of North India, you don't find crops being grown in this particular period, that is after harvesting of crops, Rabi crops, that is from April onwards. But it's all possible that we can go for covered cultivation, and this fast coming up with climate controlled greenhouses. And also there are certain measures. Farmers have been traditionally adopting certain measures and through which they are growing crops. In summer seasons, we are having all cucurbits and vegetable crops that are being grown, and there are some indigenous technologies also available. And the major role is played by the availability of water. Wherever water is available, it's all possible that we can mitigate the heat effects, and we can adopt modern irrigation methods. Like if it's very, very hot, then we can go for straightway, we can go for sprinkler irrigation, reducing the temperature and also enhancing the humidity. If there is less water, then we can go for subsurface drip irrigation, or even with controlled, subsurface drip irrigation, where we have some yield penalties. Definitely the heat stress affects very badly physiological processes are delayed up, stomatal evapotranspiration reduces, leading to the worst condition of the drying of the crops, and almost drought-like situation occurs. And here we are trying to work out and experiment with different technologies. Definitely scientists have proved with modeling that temperature rise of about 1 degree Celsius can reduce the yields up to 10%. And also untimely rise of the temperature, like 2014, where in February the temperature has risen abruptly. So yields of the wheat were not able to meet out the targets that were set for. There are technologies coming up, and also now I think there are certain innovative things that people are now practicing.
Please wrap up, please.
Yes, definitely agriculture can take up the load, and our workers, basically when the presenter from ILO was presenting, I think I'm very happy that he has suggested certain things for the laborers. So then the agriculture workers, they have already been practicing, starting the work early in the morning, then stopping for a while for about 2 hours or so, and then again continuing. So that's how they are able to manage the heat stress. Thank you.
Dr. Ritu.
Thank you, everyone. And I know I'm the last one, so I'm going to be very, very brief and finish before time, maybe.
Thank you.
So I'm going to touch upon the opening remark that you made, madam, about the perspectives of most vulnerable population. Yes. And I think that is a very important part, because we need to align all our communication, the health surveillance, and the actions to the perspectives or the needs of the people. And at Prayas, we are working on heat on different aspects of heat, I will say. And one of the components that we are currently working on is we are trying to understand this insiders' perspectives of outdoor workers, informal outdoor workers, as well as preparedness among the primary healthcare providers. And that point also was discussed by one of the speakers. So just a couple of points that I want to highlight. So what are the risk perceptions of these outdoor workers, which we all feel is the most vulnerable population? First of all, the burden of heat-related illnesses, the symptoms is very high among these people, but their priority concern is wage losses and out-of-pocket expenditures because of these illnesses. Death is not the priority concern for them, because they feel that now that they have survived the heat so far, they can just push through, and they will push through no matter what the temperatures are. So we need to think about our early warning prescriptive messages in this context, and it might be a good deliberation around how do we make these messages more enabling, so that people can identify the risk rather than giving them do's and don'ts about certain things, the messages which are more aligned to their context. The second point was, for example, we did a survey and a qualitative inquiry among street vendors. And what we found that a lot of them, or rather majority of them, are either middle-aged or older, and reported prevalence of diabetes and hypertension is extremely high in these populations. So they are actually dealing with these multiple vulnerabilities. The sensitivity is very high, and they're getting exposed to heat day in and day out, no matter heat wave is announced or not. For example, in Pune, when there is no heat wave, the temperature is, let's say, 39 at the city level, the work site temperature is 44 for that street vendor. And I'm sure the burden of morbidity, not the mortality, the burden of morbidity is going to be very high, which is not counted right now. A bigger question here is, are our health systems geared to deal with this? And the health systems, by that I mean both the public as well as private health systems, and yes, the primary healthcare providers, because they are the first point of contact for most of the informal workers. And third and the last point is coping is very counterintuitive, especially for urban informal workers. Just one example, how do you hydrate, prehydrate, rehydrate when there is no water and there are no toilets, more importantly, public toilets, clean public toilets available? I think the informality, the unorganized nature of this work is more important, because many of these workers are invisible to the system. They are not linked to any formal mechanism. So we need to think how are we going to reach out to them through these social protection mechanisms. I think I'll end at this because I know we are running short of time. Thank you.
I had to stand up because there's another thing that we have to do at the end of the session. But I'd like to wrap up again from the point of view of the domestic worker who asked this question, how is going to change anything for her? Well, at least at the end of this discussion, I can say that there are adaptive social protection mechanisms, that early warning is going to be more focused on different categories of people and what it means in terms of impact, that heat indexes are not, generally across the people not the same, so gig workers working outside is very, very important. They need to take control. Comorbidity is something that they have to watch out, because that leads to a lot of deaths, and sometimes it's attributed to those comorbidities rather than to heat-related illnesses, and of course a lot of measures that ILO colleague has put forward in terms of what can be done. I'm also very happy to hear about the preparedness measures that Health and Family Welfare has put together. I have read the guidelines and the things that are being done in the hospital, and that's very encouraging. So, they know that, there is going to be a treatment facility. There's a designated spot for just treating heat-related illnesses. So thank you very much. I think we had a good discussion, although a little late. Now I think we will have to go to the next step, which is to present mementos, right? Okay.
Yes.
So much for your patience and this post-lunch session.
Yeah, you have to present the mementos to the co-chair and all the speakers. Group photo. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. So we have just one last session for the day. And instead of going downstairs and then, spending another 30 minutes and 40 minutes in wrapping up, so we'll do the session, and then you all can enjoy high tea at 5 o'clock or so. So thank you so much for your understanding. This corner has also become a lost and found. There is an iPhone with a yellow sticker if anyone has lost their iPhone. I'm a police officer, so I'll not hand over just like that. There'll be some questions. So it is with me, and you can please come, or if you someone approaches and lets you know that they've lost the phone, so it's with us at NDMA. Thank you.
Our final session for the day explores how data, digital tools, and innovation ecosystems can transform heat risk governance. To chair this segment, I would like to invite Dr. Dinesh Kumar Aswal, Member, National Disaster Management Authority. May I invite all the speakers for this session? Mr. Alex, he's a manager with the Research and Diligence Unit of Third Derivative, where he leads diligence of startups across electricity, agriculture, and emerging technology areas. Mr. Piyush Narang, who is a policy professional associated with the India Energy and Climate Center at UC Berkeley. Dr. Sarah Perkins, Professor of Climate Science at the Australian National University, Canberra. Shri Chintan Shinde, who represents the Mahila Housing Trust, an organization widely recognized for its work in improving climate resilience among vulnerable communities. Mr. Keshav Jha from ICLAI South Asia, and Mr. Harish from Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority. After this, we will be joined by our discussants from IMD and IITM. I also acknowledge our rapporteurs, Ms. Rashi and Ms. Maria Fatima.
So you're Professor Harish, no? And what is your so can you speak about the global cooling and other things? No, only weather forecasting. Okay, but global warming के लिए general science and technology, I thought that. But you are from Indian Institute of Science, no?
But it's a totally different field, climatology and
okay.
I mean, I speak whatever I need.
Okay, ठीक है. तू कहाँ ले लोगे? So, shall we start? Manali, shall we start? Okay. So, very good afternoon to all of you. And I know that you all are tired up because of the heat. As we know that we human beings are, ourselves are a heater. The human body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius. And when we are sleeping, we are like a 100-watt bulb. And imagine, 200 people in this room, so the weather itself got warmed up. So one has to understand what are the heat stress. So when we are talking about 37 degrees Celsius of the human being, it means whatever we eat, we have to dissipate the heat. So if you eat a food, after that, the metabolic processes, they emit the heat. If outside temperature is 40 degrees Celsius, you are in a deep trouble. And therefore, the only way the body can cool itself or retain its temperature is by sweating out. But imagine if the humidity also goes up, the problem becomes even worse. So what happens then? Then the body temperature starts increasing. And when the body temperature starts increasing, the proteins, they get damaged. Then for the cell, and therefore the problem comes in. So there have been good amount of discussion since morning. One of them was how to do the local level of heat management. Best thing would be in the world is that if we can cool the earth itself. Okay, now to cool the earth itself, there are many strategies, and I don't know if any one of the panelists can take up that question. Suppose instead of solving the problem at that local level, if we cool the earth itself. So if any panelist would like to answer this question.
You're talking about geoengineering. I don't know if I'm authorized to speak about geoengineering, but no, it's certainly an area we've looked at. Like if you release sulfur dioxide into the air and cool the earth itself. Very, very early stages though. We need a lot of study. We need a lot more data before we can say if it's a good idea. But well, if you read Ministry of the Future, they thought it was a good idea. So hopefully we don't get that desperate.
So if you want to cool the earth, as he said that there are geoengineering, in which there are proposals that we spread something at the outside of the earth so that the sunshine or sunlight is reflected. And this infrared light does not enter in our earth. So that is one. The other possibilities are there that we remove, and which we are doing as per the Paris Agreement, we have to minimize the carbon dioxide emission and methane emission or the greenhouse gas emission in the globe. And for that, we have to produce more and more nuclear energy, hydro energy, and solar energy. Okay. So, so one thing is that we cool the earth. The second one is that we cool the cities. And I know that the third derivatives, they are working on the large number of solutions. Okay, so would you like to comment on that? What are those solutions and how we can cool the cities? And
yeah, so just for context, third derivative, we work with startups. We're the kind of acceleration arm of RMI, which presented this morning some of the fantastic data analytic work. So I think probably the one that has been discussed a little bit is PDRC. So we've got one of our portfolio companies here today, QGen, with their product Ganskell. We've got some others, like Panache, for example. And you've probably seen the white roofs, and we're big fans of the white roofs, the cool roofs. But if you put PDRC, it's actually absorbing the heat from the buildings and reflecting it out. So right now, and thanks to our friends at LODA Foundation, for example, for piloting this, and we really think this has the potential to scale, both to reduce the amount of cooling required, which reduces the fossil emissions, but then also as an adaptation measure. There's certainly other measures. So for example, you look at companies like Ocean, which is in our portfolio, doing bamboo roofs, green roofs. There's a lot of different cool solutions in terms of shading and vegetation and kind of these more traditional measures. But there's also a lot of exciting innovations on ways to kind of keep buildings and cities cooler.
Yeah, so Dr. Piyush, as we have seen in the previous talk, that the temperature alone is not a good parameter for the heat stress. As I said that it is the burden on the tissues, human tissues, and that is a complicated mechanism, you know. So humidity has to play a role in that. So will you elaborate that, you know, what is this EHI index, which anyway previous talk they have spoke, and how the India can adopt this kind of mechanism?
Yeah. So we started this work with something called the Extended Heat Index 350. When we are doing any kind of heavy labor, our body generates 350 watts per meter square of internal heat, which means that the temperature or the impact of heat and humidity is experienced differently than someone who's just sitting inside a room. So this is the metric that captures what is the impact of heat, humidity, and your metabolic heat generation through EHI 350. What I would also like to talk about is our work on City Heat Action Intelligence and Risk Atlas called CODRR-10. You were talking about how do we cool the earth.
Yes.
I think suddenly I was thinking about if we cool 5,000 urban local bodies of India, we would be able to cool India, right? So throughout the day, we have understood the need for scale. We have understood the need for targeted interventions, and we have understood the need for budgets. Fortunately for us, to visualize all of this together for a city, there is enough data that we have. We are building this tool called CODRR, which will enable city officials to understand which interventions should go where and what will they cost. We analyzed heat action plans. We understood what are the commonly adopted cooling solutions that are coming up. And then we translate that into budget estimates and the quantification for that. You see on the table, you would see through CODRR, for each city, we will be able to understand where are the heat hotspots, where are the population most exposed, which parts of the city need cool roofing solutions, where do we plant trees, which are the zones which are 24-hour heat zones, where is the vulnerable housing, and where do we need bundled interventions. And that is the way to cool the cities. We applied CODRR to Agra. Agra had its first heat action plan last year. That was the heat action plan 1.0. Right away, if we use CODRR, we will be able to elevate the quality and the impact of heat action plan for Agra right away. All that we need to implement CODRR is a digitized ward boundary for a city. And then within minutes, we will be able to understand the risk layers for CODRR. And for existing heat action plans, CODRR will enable the better targeting and budgeting for the interventions. If I could request you to play the video. This is a glimpse of CODRR. Currently, we see 13 cities. This system is a scalable infrastructure which can be scaled to 5,000 urban local bodies of India. I already spoke about the solutions that we are currently offering through CODRR. And then we further then go down to where should these solutions be implemented. Each layer will give us a priority ward list. You would see that on the panel, the description of the layer currently being shown. Currently, we see the urban heat island for Agra. Now we see which parts of Agra have most people exposed to extreme heat. Which parts of Agra need canopy cover on priority, need tree plantation on priority. And then it will also generate for us a list of wards that need this intervention. We now see which parts of Agra need cool roofing solutions on priority. And as we scroll down, Chaitra also gives us number of how many buildings are we looking at and what will be the cost of implementing that solution at that scale. We now see which parts of Agra are 24-hour heat risk zones. As we click on the wards, we will also see the ward number being generated on the bottom left. We now see which parts of Agra have the most dense housing, most dense or vulnerable housing areas. So this is the infrastructure that we are creating for scaling of heat action plans. Dr. Vatsa in the morning mentioned that we need heat action plans for all cities of India, and Chaitra is the infrastructure that could enable us to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now I move on to the Chintan Shinde, and if you have a presentation, you can make that presentation.
So I think one thing that we would all agree is that, Indian cities are a spectrum of socioeconomic conditions, infrastructure, access. And when we try to kind of develop heat action plans, we look at it at a ward level. Now, this disparity sometimes, can get lost when we look at things at such a macro perspective. So often, and everybody here has been candid enough to admit that, whatever heat planning that we are doing or heat action that we would take, everything is an evolving process. And as we move along, things would change. So this is one step towards that direction, where we've tried to bring down the heat, the heat vulnerability assessment to a building level using a tool developed by SE4All and IBM, where we have built upon it and converted it to a tool that could generate a heat vulnerability index. So I'll just, if someone can click the video, or can I click it from here? Audio on it? All right. So this is the tool that we all have developed together, which basically primarily used to provide building footprint. Then this was converted based on multiple discussions into a tool that can generate parameters of the heat action plan at the building level. So this is what a conventional heat action plan would look like. So you have a ward. What is to say that within this ward, you don't have, let's say one ward does not come across, is not flagged as vulnerable. What is to say within this ward, there is not a settlement which is most vulnerable. So that kind of detail generally gets lost when we aggregate everything to the ward level. And conventionally, everybody has been doing it to that level. Even our heat action plans have been made to that. So what is the new thing that we could possibly do, to build upon what has been done so far? I'll just move. So what we did is this is for the city of Churu. So these are the parameters if you are using the conventional AR4 methodology. So you'll have exposure, sensitivity, adaptive capacity, etc. Now, all of these would give you aggregations, and if you look at it, you see that the information that you get of what is happening inside is not granular enough to capture the disparity I was talking about. So what this tool does is basically zooms further into the ward and tries to find clusters of buildings, which possibly would be more vulnerable in a ward that was overall less vulnerable. Now, this averaging out of vulnerability would be quite critical to somebody who's living in an informal settlement, because, if our policies are designed based on, what outputs are generated at such a macro level, maybe we would miss out on the really vulnerable people. So this is an attempt to kind of try to make our heat action plans more granular, more micro level, while also trying to find a way. Like scale has been talked about throughout the day. How do we scale up? Now, what this does is basically reduces the time of development of a heat action plan by 1/6. When you have this kind of data, and the new census, which is going to be geotagged building based, combining these two would reduce our time to make heat action plans to less than 3 months. And this would be like a major boost to scaling up.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now we move on to the Keshav Jha, and you please make your presentation.
Thank you. Can you come to the Thank you very much. So I'm Keshav from ICLEI South Asia. Just for an introduction, ICLEI is an international cities network. We have 2,500 cities as a member of this network globally. In India, we have worked with approximately 100 cities, odd number cities, approx different geography, different state government. And of course, we have been also working on the heat resilience for more than the past decade. And there have been a lot of tools and processes and methodology we have also come up, which is very much useful for the cities at the local level. One thing we must realize that we are talking about the data and innovation and technology. We must understand that it's very important to demystify and make sure that those tools and resources are basically useful for the local level, because ultimately the beneficiaries are the basically municipality, the city level, who often don't have these GIS planners, they don't have the basically environmental engineers. So it's very important to make sure that those data, the platform that we're talking about, those are open source, those are able to be useful for the cities to make identified concrete actions on ground and also mobilize the financing that they need. That is extremely important. So in that, keeping those perspective in mind, we have these city resilience toolkit that we have prepared for the urban policy makers and decision makers that has been already be used by several cities across South Asia. We have also the vulnerability assessment and heat risk assessment toolkit that has also been used for several other cities to prepare their heat action plan and the vulnerability assessment. So this is has to be basically multi-layered approach, like we already discussed, previous panelists have already talked about. We just don't look at the city level metrics, but also we have to go at the neighborhood level, at the ward level, at the building level, because there are microclimatic zones within the same city. So we need to look at the thermal census data, we need to look at the basically satellite data, and also need to matchmate it with the ground truthing sensors. We need to back it up, those data with the ground level survey, sensor analysis to basically identify the overall vulnerability. And with these work that you can see, we have been working with a lot of town planning department with the state of Rajasthan, with the state of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, where we have developed the urban greening guidelines, we have developed the state level guidelines, and also city level action planning guidelines on heat resilience and integrating these resilience solution into the development process. That's a very important aspect. One thing I want to emphasize, while we are talking about heat resilience, we need to also talk about the gender equality. Like we discussed in the previous session, there is a disappropriate impact on the vulnerable populations of the city, like especially the pregnant women, the marginalized sections of the society, the migrant laborers and all. So we have to consider them, we need to incorporate them into the decision making, into the policy planning, right from the conception to the stage. That's very important. So these are some of the pictures. We have done this work in more than 40 cities around India, and this has been also scaled up by several other initiatives. This is one example I want to talk about in city called Rajkot in Gujarat, where we have done the urban cooling action plan, and we have not looked at only the LST, Landsat, and MODIS data, but we have also used the drone mapping for thermal sensor analysis. We have used basically to improve the thermal emissivity data quality on related to land use, built-up form, to look at the rooftop area for the cool roof potential and all. Then we also looked at the material sensitivity, how the building material is basically causing the thermal sensitivity analysis. So this has been really being useful for the city called Rajkot, and it has been included in their cooling action plan. Another example I want to talk about the Coimbatore. Coimbatore right now, basically we are supporting them to develop something called urban greening dashboard. Basically city is mapping all the tree, all the basically sensors, the vegetation area, the green zones and all. And this is a basically community participatory initiative. The citizens and the local community NGO, they're all contributing to this registry of basically trees and the green area and vegetation, and which is basically mapped into this dashboard, which has been used for the cooling area solution planning, which have been used basically for the carbon sequestration assessment, for the cooling solution identification and prioritization. So this work is currently ongoing in Coimbatore, and I see there is a huge potential for replicating similar tool for several other cities in India to benefit from these GIS-based monitoring of greening and vegetation area in the city. I also want to talk about something called very important, which was launched last few days back. This is by Geo AI Toolkit for urban planners. I strongly encourage and invite all of you to kindly download this toolkit, which is very much available. There are different use cases for different geospatial AI toolkit. They are all open source models. Tools are available for city planners to use them for day-to-day heat action planning, for climate resilience planning. And this toolkit is available for free of cost, and I request everybody to kindly download it and look at in different use cases, available tools for which can be used for the policy making and for urban planners. Apart from this, we all understand we can continue to talk about more sophisticated technology, the data and the tools and resources, but ultimately what matters is the capacity at the local level. So we have been giving a lot of training, capacity building at the local level to basically map those water distribution, surface water bodies, the groundwater bodies and all utilities to basically enhance those greening area, enhance those vegetation cover to improve the city basically resilience and adaptive capacity. So these are some of the examples of the training workshop that we have done. We have also a huge data repository for more than 53 cities in India with the urban greening data repository on basically city biodiversity index. They have prepared the PBR, which is People Biodiversity Register. We have also local biodiversity strategy and action plan. There's something called cities have also developed. We have supported cities, 8 cities on natural assets map. That is extremely important, both flora and fauna, that is contributing city to increase their heat resilience. So I will stop here and we can take some questions. Thank you.
Yeah. And now I move on to the last speaker, Mr. Harish from Indian Institute of Science.
Yeah. Like everyone else, I'll also rely on my PPT, sir. If the PPT could have put up, yeah. So I'm Harish Nalwade. I represent Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority, as well as Art Park at Indian Institute of Science. I work as a program manager there. So this is what we are trying to do. I heard from my colleagues here. I'll go a little upstream. I'll talk about the forecasting. Again, all of this is very useful for the institutional users. So this is the simple diagram of what we are supposed to do, or what we are trying to do. But a lot goes on in this. Next slide. I can use mine. Yeah. Just a basic question to begin with. Why do we need, why are we talking about all of those things, and why do we need to detect heat waves? So, we have made a lot of progress in terms of climate resilience, but there is return on investment when you talk about, when you strengthen the forecasting system, and that is important, so we have to invest and strengthen this forecasting system. Recently, AI-based models have shown to be decently good, and that is why we are leveraging AI-based models. This is a broad approach of how we are approaching and how we have already, last year we did it in an experimental mode with the Karnataka State Disaster Management. This year we are operationalizing, and then once we build this system, we are sort of trying to embed back into those into that institution. Yeah, we leverage AI-based models. We do some adopt regional characteristics,
and then do some downscaling, and then we provide risk parameters. Now, everybody before me also mentioned about why we should go beyond temperature-based identification of heat, because there are physiological impacts, there are health impacts, there is impact on lives, livelihoods, and commerce. And that is the reason where we are trying to bring other meteorological parameters and also something that you can note from the health department and health data. So it'll become a comprehensive heat risk, and that is what we're doing, heat risk forecasting, so that the institutions can be better prepared. I'll also walk you through the product if that is permitted. And one of the things that we have achieved with the AI-based models is we are trying to go towards hyperlocal resolution. So one is improving the lead time so that the institutions can be better prepared. The other thing is to go hyperlocal, so that now when you have forecast, it is just not at the broad district level, it is at a sub-district level. Even we're trying to go towards village level. All of these are deep learning based, not statistical based thing. And then once you have this product which gives you heat risk predictions, it has information coming from the field, like something like vulnerability index and other things that other institutions and other departments sort of build. So it will be a layer that could be added to this. We're also thinking of adding one more layer of agentic AI that has multimodal. I can speak in my native language in Kannada. I can get response, early warning system in Kannada, English. I can ask in English, a mixture of both, something like Kanglish or Hinglish or something like that. So that is a broad idea on how we are operating. So this becomes like a single-stop solution where each of the department will have knowledge of what the other department is doing, what infrastructure they are setting up, etc., etc. But at the same time, there is a lot of work that is going on in the forecasting system. So it's a end-to-end data-driven system that we are trying to build. We have built, and I'll walk you on some of these parts. Yeah, so this is broadly a technology stack. I will not spend much time on it, but the idea is we are leveraging IMD dataset, ERA dataset, and also some dataset from the health department. Once we build all of these things, the idea is to open source so that anybody in the ecosystem can take it forward, can do further research and things like that. We're also thinking of building one megabase. It's a data set that is specifically curated data set that is that has Indian context and Indian region. I heard some of the speakers talking about data that is not relevant for the Indian context, including the heat indices and something like that. So we'll build the spatio-temporal calculations of all the heat indices as well as part of this megabase. Yeah, some of this. So when we started, case NDMC asked us to check if to at least let us know this, why should we even use AI-based models. We did a rigorous evaluation of all of these models, and this is hindcast evaluation. And what we found was AI-based models are as good as the conventional models, and therefore this could be used for operational purposes as well. And that gave us confidence, and that's when we started the AI-based models. So one of the best advantages you can say about AI-based models is that I can run it on my laptop. So that is the power of. So you're sort of democratizing the forecasting system, and that is the idea. This is some of the results that we got. These are some of the skill scores, and like I mentioned, AI-based models are as good as the physics-based models that we are using here. This is what it looks like, AI-enabled heat stress forecasting. It is at a sub-district level we have achieved. We'll do a lot of bias and quantile corrections. We'll adopt the regional characteristics and things like that. And then so again, it's just not predicting the temperature accuracy, but it is predicting when and where are the heat risk periods that might likely occur, so that you can save lives, you can protect the livelihoods. You can also trigger some adaptive social, interventions. I'll just quickly, these are the ideas that we are trying to do here, but I'll also spend some time on what this product sort of incorporates. It has WBGT, UTCI, Tmax, Tmin, EHF, EHF underscore, EHF that is contextualized with heat index. I think EHF is excess heat factor that Australia uses. What we have done is, excess health factor, we are not comparing it to the temperature. So to broadly say, excess heat factor gives you the context of acclimatization and as well as the anomaly that is present in that particular location. What we have done is we have compared that with not with the temperature but with the heat index. Now we then calculate some percentile-based methods, and then we also have I think it is the state of Karnataka where we saw a lot of deaths, I think in the year of 2015, which is publicly available. Then whatever, we overlaid this, we calculated spatially, we overlaid this with the, the mortality that we found in during the heat wave in Andhra Pradesh. So whatever we are doing should have, the heat waves are, so this idea is to capture not only the rarity, but also the persistence of the heat waves, that is, persistent for long duration. But also it should be epidemiologically meaningful, so that the health department and other departments can be should be able to use this. And that is how we calculate this, the heat risk. Again, different sectors might require different approaches. When I say this could be the heat risk, let's say for health department, but for electricity department, I remember somebody talking about the power department, the Tmax and Tmin should suffice. For example, the load that might increase at nighttime because there is the nighttime temperature is higher. So Tmax and Tmin should be enough to get the different, different risk score. So broadly, to put in a simple way, what we are trying to do is, I think one of the earlier speakers mentioned is, so this is not forecasting based on temperature, but this is impact-based forecasting. Somebody nicely put, it is not what will the weather be, but how will what will the weather do? So it is that, towards that impact-based forecasting is what we are trying to do. And yeah, I think yeah, you can click the dashboard. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I need to go there for a good product walkthrough. But either ways, sir, if you could just. So this, can you scroll down a bit? Yeah, so whatever we have done so far is not one-off analysis. It is actually building a little bit more, sir. You can see the maps as well. So what we have built is it's not one-off analysis that we have done. We have actually built a forecasting system which calculates your meteorological-based parameters, but also calculates your different heat indices, Tmax, diurnal temperature. Diurnal temperature is also something very important, because if the body doesn't get, if the night temperatures are high, the body might not get enough opportunity to cool down. And if it persists for long, like 3-5 days of continuous higher nighttime temperatures, that also has an impact on the physiology. So the idea is to have heat risk that we calculate the way we calculate, then Tmax, then diurnal temperature, average humidity, heat index, and WBGT. WBGT, I think so it will be very useful for the labor department and construction workers and things like that. So it's a comprehensive multi-parameter heat risk index that we have been trying to calculate. To summarize, what we are trying to do is, again, because the session is about data and technology, is we're trying to go from data to sort of models, and from models to insights that is useful for the institutions, so that the institutions can now take anticipatory actions. So that is the framework that we are trying to bridge. We're also trying to bridge this with ground truthing. There are a couple of ideas that Karnataka State Disaster Management has thought about to sort of bring all the engineering students to do these WBGT related experiments. So this will become an important data set for us also to connect back to check if what is a ground truth and whether this is a reality or not. So it's a comprehensive single window sort of product which completes the loop, and yeah, and we are going towards impact-based forecasting. Again, it's just not about technology as far as I know. It's what we have built is a collaborative system where anybody can plug in, and we would want that to happen, and it will be a collaboration between researchers, communities, and government departments. Yeah, I think that's that from my side, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, just we'd like to go to the Dr. Naresh Kumar from IMD, and if you can make your point.
Basically, India Meteorological Department issue forecasting for staff. Firstly, for the heat wave season, we issue first 3-month forecast on 1st March. Thereafter, we issue monthly also for March, April, May, June. Then every Thursday, we issue 2-week forecast, that is for heat wave and warm night. Thereafter, from 1st March to 30 June, we issue special bulletins, 2 bulletins. One is at 8 a.m., 24 hours forecast, and 2:30 p.m., that is next 7 days forecast. This is our pattern, other than our routine 4 bulletin every day. So generally, we keep everything in March. We create a dedicated website for Heatwave that we keep everything about maximum temperature, minimum, what is the humidity, what is the wind, that is observed one. Similarly, we calculated heat index, that is experimental only, that we keep it there. Then we have developed whole hazard analysis map that we are also keeping that one, considering that is also experimental. Then we keep the percentile-wise temperature, maximum, minimum, that is 90, 95, 98 percentiles. So this is the way. Then considering all these things, we give the warnings and give the yellow alert, orange or red alert, depending upon maximum, minimum, then humidity, then wind also, considering all. So majorly, every time whenever we are talking, we talk about heat wave or cold wave in winter. But is the most harmful, according to me, we have to consider warm night. If the day temperature throughout is high, then casualty may be more. If you talk about 2023, there was so much casualty in East India. But as per our data, considering about the maximum temperature, there was only heat wave conditions, just satisfying the maximum temperature over East Uttar Pradesh. But there was so much casualty. That was majorly due to the minimum temperature. Same thing occurs in Bihar also. And if you talk about Rajasthan also in 2024, generally Rajasthan reaches 50 degree also, but there is no much casualty. But in that case, in 2024, minimum temperature was also significantly high. So that we have to look also. So thank you.
Yeah, so does that mean that we need to redefine the definition of heat wave?
Yeah, heat wave, yeah, we have to consider all the parameters.
Yeah, but as of now, you are just based on the temperature, right?
Yeah, no, we are considering, giving the impact-based warning, we are considering all parameters.
Okay, but is there any factor which comes as like a heat stress?
Yeah, that we are giving based on minimum temperature, then humidity also for the coastal areas.
But there is no new scale which is coming up like a heat stress. Beyond that, this becomes a fatal, beyond, say, as you said, say, for example, in Rajasthan, even the temperature goes 50 degrees Celsius, but since the humidity is very low, nights are cooler, and therefore it is not very harmful.
Yeah, very
okay, so it means if you calculate a parameter which will give you the heat stress, okay, the heat stress will be low compared to a temperature of roughly, let us say, 40 degree plus humidity of 80%, that heat stress is going to be much higher.
Very true.
But unfortunately, the IMD has not yet given that kind of...
Yeah, basically, this is not the job of only IMD. Na. We require so much parameter. This is the interministry job. We have to see the health data also.
Okay, now...
That is the more important. Na?
Okay, fine. Yeah. So it means you do agree that there is a need to create a new parameter which will be the heat stress, and that will be a combination of all these parameters.
Yeah.
But again, the question goes, and you have heard these presentations, they have given so much of heat stress map.
Yeah, but they have majorly considered maximum temperature again.
No, but the Karnataka, they have done
So we, we have spent last 1 year on understanding different indices, sir. I think Tmax was not sufficient because there is something called as moist heat index and all of those things, right? Like we saw northern Karnataka, very majorly dry region, like with humidity less and all. But then if you see Mangalore and all, they were not showing in the heat index, whenever heat wave was declared, they were not showing up. But then there is definitely humidity that is high, and that is one part of the story. And there is also that, like you mentioned, sir, that the nighttime temperatures, if it is persisting long, at a higher level, very anomalous at a higher level for a long duration, there is some impact on the body. So we thought we will use all of those things. Plus, in the lack of health data, one of the things that we learned over the duration is that there is the heat-related health impacts is very less in the Indian context. There are approaches like mortality, there are approaches like IHAP, overlaying with the IHAP data and things like that. In the lack of health data, we use the EHF and compared it not with the temperature, but then heat index, and then one publicly available data set of Andhra Pradesh to see when we overlaid, sir, what we found was whenever the EHF was in a higher quantile, higher percentile of risk, that was also the region in which we saw higher number of deaths. So we use that and leverage that as heat risk. But then we thought we'll put heat risk also. We'll also put the diurnal temperature range, and then T min and all. I mean, these were all suggested by IMD's regional center at Bangalore and case NDMC. So we put all the parameters. Sir.
Good. Even
I'd like to add
2 days back, temperature is 37, even coastal Karnataka.
Yes,
so we
yes,
have
sir.
to.
Sir, I'd like to add something. So in our case as well, what we are doing is we are also trying to measure if the building, how many days in the year that building was above 46 degrees LST. So each of the building, we can actually at the building level, we are trying to see if there is a sustained exposure of extreme heat. So that is also being captured in the model. So as we said, everybody is saying our work is also evolving. So we're trying to take as many things as possible, but this is something that we have actually considered.
Yeah, and from where you get the raw data of temperature?
Sir, one is, I mean, when we every model requires an initial condition. So our initial condition
so basically in your model you have to put in the some measured value of the from where you get the data. That's my question.
That is how all the models work, sir.
No, so what is the source of your data?
So one is I'll tell you how it is layered, sir. One is ERFI data, open source data. Then IMD's weather station data. Then Karnataka disaster management has dense network of its own weather stations. So we'll use all of these three to do downscaling, ground truthing, and all of those things.
Okay. And have you ever checked what is the level of uncertainty in these measurements? Because the question goes to the even IMD. A few years ago, they measured the 52 degrees Celsius temperature in Delhi, and which probably didn't turn out to be correct.
Yeah, that is very true. If you talk about your state observatory, data should be properly validated. Sometimes there is a huge difference between IMD data and that one. So they have to follow our WMO conditions. So that is very important. So we cannot use directly data of state government. You have to do the value.
Yeah. So the question goes to the IMD again. What IMD is doing so that the temperature measurement is done correctly across the country. So we don't get the error like you have done in the 52 degrees Celsius in Delhi.
So whatever measure we are considering, whatever manual observatory is there, we are considering that temperature more reliable.
Okay. Yeah. So now we go to the Dr. Susmita from IIM Pune.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Dr. Susmita Joseph from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. So we have been working on the subseasonal prediction, that is the prediction for the next 2 to 4 weeks since 2011. And we have been using the dynamical models, the climate models, which are based on the current state of the atmosphere, as Harish was mentioning, that we give the initial state of the atmosphere and the ocean to run the models. So based on that, we give the forecast for rainfall, temperature, and all other parameters. So all the like humidity, maximum, minimum temperatures, everything. And since 2016, we have been giving the heatwave forecast also. So that was purely based on the maximum temperature, because that was based on the IMD's definition for the station data. But there what we found is that when we are going for the model predictions, we don't have stations. We have grid points where it will be like one grid to next grid. We will have a distance of some 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers like that. So one point there is that if we have to give the forecast for the spatial and temporal accuracy, if we have to improve that, we have to go for higher resolution models, which is not possible since we are going for global models. So for that, we need to go for downscaling, as Harish was mentioning, where we have to go to the local things. But there also we need to have, generally what we face is that when we give the forecast, like IITM or IMD, generally people complain of spatial inaccuracy, because we have told rainfall or temperature here, this region, it didn't happen there, it happened in some other place, means nearby some places. So this spatial accuracy is very much important when we are going for this type of extreme cases. But when we are going for the higher resolution models, then only we can address that. But at the same time, we need to validate also. For that, we need to get higher resolution observational data also to validate the models. So this is much more important. So when we are going for higher resolution models, we need to ensure that you have, as Dr. Naresh was mentioning, the data should be realistic. It should be validated properly. Nowadays, we are seeing that even private parties are also putting up AWS and so many weather parameter measurements. But it has to follow the same standards as IMD is using. And that's why the Government of India has now introduced the Mission Mausam project. It started in 24 end to improve the observational network. So different type of measurements, AWS also. At present, in all over India, we have more than 6,200 measurements of AWS, but we are planning to increase it much more, and also supported by other observation networks also, like radar and other things. So slowly, we are trying to improve the observational network, as well as we are also working towards improving the definition of heat waves. So we understand that as per IMD's definition for station data, they consider different thresholds for different regions, because India has a wide range of topography where we have the plains, then valleys, then hills, and everything. So a same threshold will not work for all regions. So when we are going for the predictions, what we do is that we consider the percentile values, where it will consider the local conditions as well, the climatological conditions as well, to put into the this criteria. So now we are working on improving the heat wave criteria by including the maximum temperature, minimum temperature, the diurnal range, the humidity factor, and the wind, etc. So this work is underway, and we hope that it will be a better thing. And in the morning half, Dr. Naresh was mentioning that the heat indices which are developed for other countries, that will not work in our region, because our conditions, and they are totally different. And if we have to go for impact-based forecast, the other data sets, like the population density, the health conditions, these things are also very much important. So if we can incorporate along with the IMD weather parameters, then it will be very useful for the country. So that's what I want to tell.
Okay,
Thank
fine. IITM also has got a SUFFER program where you measure the AQI.
Yes.
So have you seen that how the temperature and the bad air quality affect the human being? Are there any studies on that?
Actually, I'm not directly working into that. So I won't be the right person to comment on that. But still, there are studies going on based on the AQI and other parameters also. So on how, dense fog and other things. So this different type of works are being conducted in IMD and IITM. IITM is basically the research organization, and we are the research hand of IMD. So we do research, and we develop models and hand over to IMD for operational purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Alex, you have to make any comments on this, the data acquisition of quality and the model based on that, or where they can go wrong?
Yeah, I think one of my favorite quotes is that data is abundant. we know there's lots of data out there, but how do we get it in a form that we can all use? I think absolutely we should use sources such as MIND where it's available, but supplement that. We talked about building level data. I was working with a company called Resilience.ai that's using a combination of kind of satellite data, drone data, and then calibrating that with ground truth data. So there's ways, and one of the speakers mentioned AI-based models. There's ways to combine these different data to come out with better than any individual source on its own. And certainly using that to get building level data. The ward level data is absolutely fantastic, and that's a great starting point. But even within a ward, you could have, this is a heavily treed area, this is a heavily cement area, paved area. And so how do we get those microclimates as well, and use targeted interventions, whether it's water or cooling vests or whatever it is, to to those locations. So yeah, more data is better, but then finding a way and presenting it in a form that's usable for decision makers and actually translates that into specific action items you can make. And I will, my last comment I'd make is that, yes, it's great to do things reactively and saying, hey, we're going to put water, we're going to put cooling, we're going to have, emergency days take people off work, but we also want to do things in advance. So putting in ultra-efficient cooling systems, investing in, you mentioned 37C. There's a company advising that's doing these vests called 37C, making sure that these are available for workers in advance. So wherever possible, not just using this data to be reactive, but identifying these hotspots in advance and where they're most likely to occur and ensuring that the resources are in place in advance.
Yeah, the Piyush, the comments from you that if India has to redefine or define a new parameter called the heat stress, how one should go about it?
Primarily, how the body experiences heat stress would differ on the physical activity that you're undertaking at that moment. Dr. Gadgil spoke about SHRM, System for Heat Risk Assessment for Manual Labor. That's a system that we are using to understand at what different level of activity, taking into account relative humidity, your physiology, as well as the temperature, what will be the impact that you face at that moment. And I think this is something that we need to consider as well, that heat stress will be experienced differently for different people depending on the type of work that they are doing. Lastly, I think any systems that we scale up have to be standardized and have to be easy to understand, have to be replicable at scale for India, for the context of India. Someone mentioned about the variation, we are talking about ward level variation. At a country level, the variation increases, exponentially. So what systems do we use that help in enabling that scale up is something that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, in such cases, most of the time the epidemiological studies are done, where you define a parameter and conduct that study on a large population. So are there any such studies done in India or elsewhere? Epidemiological studies, the effect of heat on the human beings.
For extended heat index, I think Dr. Gadgil might be able to answer that.
Okay. Yeah, please, yeah. So what I was asking is that, are there any epidemiological studies done on the heat effects or heat stress effects on the large populations?
The heat effects which have been done are with the extended heat index of ROMS and LU. And we use exactly the same equations. The only two changes we make are add solar radiation and add internal metabolic heat. But other than that, solving the equations is identical to ROMS and LU, which have 6 papers peer-reviewed published since 2019. So it's new, relatively speaking, EHI, but it is the only physics-based index where you can actually see what is happening to the heat flow. You're actually looking at the resistance, looking at the heat loss from evaporative cooling and so on. So we use that as a foundation and then built on it solar heat input as well as metabolic heat generation. So our results are identical when we turn them off, but the math is the same. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, now the quick answers from Chetan and Keshav. If our initial data are incorrect and they have got a large uncertainty, so what is the relevance of our models then?
When we put across these models in the public forum, we do an internal validation. We check the model for accuracy and do a lot of statistical tests to ensure that the model has a decent level of accuracy on the test data. I mean, obviously, when you put it in real conditions, there would be some variation. But from our side, we do a lot of analysis on our end to ensure that the model outputs are at least within reasonable limits.
So So I wanted to mention about some interesting research that we have done last year. This is in collaboration with 3 IITs. Basically, we looked at the small pockets in 4 cities in India in the northern belt, and we identified basically the vulnerability related to air pollution, related to heat, not just varies in terms of geographies and also the built environment, but also what we found that the vertical vulnerability. For example, the concentration of air pollution, the heat that is at the 5 feet, which is the standard height of the caregiver, varies significantly of a young child, which is like a height of 3 feet. So what we found that the vulnerability also varies from that level, and also because most of these young children and pregnant women spend most of their time at the open areas, like early childhood care development areas. So what is more important to basically have a cooling solution, have a shaded area, passive solution for these ECD sites, for the open area where most of these people spend majority of their time during the day to build their adaptive capacity to have the resilience solution at the local level. So that interesting research we have done by installing 4 to 5 sensors, mobile sensors during the day for the different seasons for the last year in 4 cities, and we can share those research outcome also, which has also come up with a specific local recommendation for those localities.
Okay. And your say on the last year.
Yeah, just on the same question, sir. I think, I mean, based on whatever we have experienced and whatever we have learned is, I'm talking about the innovation cycle that we do. So we begin with whatever data we have. We'll see what the results, what the models are showing. We'll learn a few things there, go back and inform the system. Look, these are the things that we are observing. The system will understand, because most of the time that is not, I mean, something that is, it is not so easily identified. Then they go back and improve the system. So it's a cycle that takes up. That is one thing, sir. Second thing is, we need to have at some point, what is our gold standard of data? That is representative of Indian population, Indian context, and things like that. You can borrow things from the Western scientific rigor, but then what it means for the Indian context, that is important, sir. Third, in terms of the weather stations, I think IMD, IITM Pune were talking about, is calibration. So you need to do that constant calibration of calibration, validation cycles. That I think these are important, because now we are transitioning towards data-based systems, data-driven systems, AI-based systems, and all of those things. And yeah, I mean, somewhere we have to, I mean, inculcate that gold standard practices that
Yeah.
India has to go towards, sir.
Okay, thank you. If there is any questions from the audience, yeah.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I'm from UNDP India, and we are supporting the state of Uttar Pradesh in developing disaster management plans. So my question is regarding satellite data. So I came across many research papers that use satellite data, especially Sentinel-8 data for determining LST. But I also came across that the satellite crosses Uttar Pradesh between 9 to 11. So is that thing taken into account, because the satellite is not able to capture the highest temperature on that particular day, or what time the satellite is crossing over that location? So my question to any of the experts who have taken this into consideration.
Yeah. So this is a major concern, you know, that the satellite goes around at 11 or something. So what we generally do is that we study the entire diurnal variation, and how is the temperature going from morning to evening. So ISRO also provides data where you get at least every 15 or 30-minute interval you get temperature. So what you need to do is you have to model this diurnal variation vis-a-vis the LST data that you are taking. And then when you have enough data, you would be able to project it at the peak temperature where you want to study. So that's one method that you could possibly do. This actually, yes, you know, because all of these, we are also guilty of doing that. All of these heat action plans, you know, pay a lot of attention on LST. Now what happens at 11 o'clock, your concrete does not heat up as much as it would at 3. So in many regions, it would show that it's not as hot as it should be in the summer. So that's a concern that we have to, we'll have to fix by proper modeling, provided there is enough data available for us to work on it.
Okay, yeah. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Could I add to that? Yeah. There is research on how LST, the relative spatial patterns remain consistent across times of the day, which means that LST can also be used for comparative prioritization. At the same time, there is also research that shows strong correlation between LST and the felt air temperature as well. At the same time, if we want to overcome that data gap, we could move over to another satellite, MODIS, which would pass at 1:30 p.m., capturing better spatial patterns, but at a lower resolution of 1 kilometer.
Okay, yeah, so last question over here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep the question short, but I think I just wanted to ask, in the development of these models and indices, has there been a sort of validation in terms of how the developed indices reflect, I think in the previous session as well, there was discussion of how representative they are to the actual felt impact. Has there been sort of validation testing in these indices? And maybe just as the question, what was an interesting insight that got pulled from that validation process that maybe we could all take away? Yeah, thanks.
I think we are on the process of working with the IMD to understand how can we validate the extended heat index that we are working on. How can we compare the patterns of the heat waves when they declare and what our data shows. And I think that is the consequential next step for us.
Yeah. So the last question, actually. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, the way you are using the geospatial technology. So is it possible to have the reflectivity of the roof, like if the cool roofs are being applied, so we can have a continuous monitoring of the reflectivity, so the quality of the cool roof that is being applied can be monitored, like the way we have the solar panel efficiency being monitored all the time. So can we have that sort of a thing?
We are easily able to measure the reflectivity and the albedo of the roof year on year. So that will tell us the temperature, that will tell us the difference for us to understand whether the intervention is working or not.
Okay, so with this we come to the end of this session, and the key takeaway point is that whatever the model we use, we need a raw data, and the raw data has to be very, very accurate and the uncertainty known. And based on that, our model will give you the kind of prediction we need. So thank you very much.
Dr. Aswal, may I please request you to present the mementos to all the speakers?
And a group photograph, please, together. Thank you. And as we had promised that the high tea would stay on, so you all can enjoy the tea, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I would like to request that the DRR group and the inspirational people deserve a round of applause. So if we all can applaud for ourselves. And tomorrow our co-lead UNDRR, CDP and UNCFD would lead the sessions. So a round of applause for them too. They have traveled long distances to be here. Thank you so much. Thanks.